afternoon. This is our 12th day here at the Betfred World Championship, and in fact it's our last day in Sheffield's Winter Gardens, and we've got a cast list of, well, at least scores and some budding female cueists today who I think are going to showcase their skills. Ladies, are we going to do that for us today? We are looking forward to that. But we have eyes on the prize as well, because of our original cast list of 32 players, now only 8 remain, and that is going to be whittled down to 4 by the end of today and the end of our quarter-finals. So as we prepare to soak up the light and the sunshine in our last glimpses here in Sheffield before we dive in tableside inside the Crucible Theatre, this is our plan. From 2:30, we're live to watch the Warrior, Kyron Wilson, battling to revive his title hopes against Snooker quiet man, Dave Gilbert. A big noise on the tour this season. He's in control in his first Crucible quarter at age 37. The Juggernaut fired up the engines yesterday early. The Masters champ put pedal to the metal for a 7-1 lead. And Stephen Maguire of Glasgow, the Maverick, needs to find his best form and then some to make it to a third career Crucible semi-final. It's Women's Day in the Winter Gardens, with coaching tips from some of the world's top female players to girls, both young and more mature. And mind your work, the gaffer's in town. World Snooker Chairman Barry Hearn is here for his State of the Nation, and as ever, he has news. So we've got just under an hour and a half until live play this afternoon at 2:30. The Trump-Maguire match is in its second session. There's always the possibility of an early finish, I suppose, but we will definitely get a conclusion, and maybe a dramatic one, in the final session between Kyron Wilson and Dave Gilbert. The Staffordshire player powered away last night with breaks of 72, 58 and 60 to take the last 3 frames and lead 10 frames to 6. Yes, guaranteed drama there, and guaranteed pearls of wisdom from our deep-thinking, straight-talking pundits this afternoon. Yes, compliments are flying all over the place. Alan McManus and, of course, John Parrott. How do you like the look of our afternoon, John?
Very good. I was on commentary last night in the Gilbert match with Kyron Wilson. Really good scoring, very high quality. At 8-6, Dave Gilbert had the fluke of the championship to go 9-6, and in the last frame, probably the pot of the championship to go 10-6. He's playing really well. It's going to be tough for Kyron today. And
tougher, probably even more so, for Stephen Maguire against Judd Trump.
Yeah, my old mate Stevie had a tough ride with Judd yesterday. Judd Trump is in the form of his life coming in here, as is, you know, guys like Neil Robertson. We'll speak about him later, but he's got resilience added to the talent now. That's what Stephen's going to have to overcome. OK, we're all settling in for a fantastic afternoon. Live play from 2:30. Who's getting the coffees, guys? Is it?
Yeah, I'm having a cake if he's buying.
Fingers are both going like that, yeah. OK, we shall see who's buying them. But let's get into what was a very, very important morning session, because from it would emerge the first man through to our semi-finals this year. So would it be Ali Carter or Gary Wilson? Now, Gary is the lowest ranked player left this year, officially numbered 32, but he is vaulting up the rankings now after a superb run in which he's knocked out the 3-time world champion Mark Selby, and the former cabbie held a 9-7 lead overnight against the obdurate 2-time Crucible finalist. Now, when they came back this afternoon, or rather this morning at 10, Wilson notched his 4th century of this match, 7th in total so far, to make a 10-7 move. Ali hit back, taking the next 2 with knocks of 51 and 128. So we're going to pick them up again in frame 20 of a possible 25. Carter is 28 points ahead in this one, all being watched by Ken Doherty and Dennis Taylor.
Well, it's an excellent shot from Ali Carter. Very, very good.
We've had everything in this session, some fabulous safety play and a couple of centuries. This is tough if he's taking this on, and he is.
What a pop that is, by the way. And I'll tell you what, he's very unfortunate. One,
because for a split second there I thought he was going to be perfectly on the black or the pink. Now have a look at this from tucked up on the cushion. Now watch the cannon. Oh, he's a little bit unfortunate there. And it's a blue that he's faced with again. Oh, safely in this time. It was the blue into the opposite corner that cost him the previous frame. No mistake this time.
6.
And he's not freezing, is he? He's still going for his shots and knocking some fantastic reds in.
Seven.
Just gone a little bit far for the pink. He was hoping to land on the pink there because all the reds are available into this left-hand corner pocket. But he's okay. He can pot the black, get on a red that's very close to the cue ball into the right centre. Now the problem about taking the pink here is that I'm not going to go on its spot. Will it block any of the other reds into the left-hand corner pocket?
$15.
You can see now why this man knocked out Mark Selby 10-7 in the previous round. Because of his temperament. Well, temperament and an awful lot of ability.
It will go. Yeah, I made that mistake, so.
Oh, that's interesting.
21.
It will go on there. And Jan Verhaast said he queried about the black going on the blue spot, and Jan said, I did make the mistake, so.
No, shot was played, I'm sorry.
We can't do anything about it now, the shot's played, so.
Yeah, it doesn't really make any difference.
22.
Yeah, black should have gone on the pink spot, and then the pink would have eventually gone on the blue spot. So it's just sort of switched to slight mistake
27.
from Jan Verhaast, but
28.
it's not like Ali would grumble too much about it, Dennis, would he? You know, it didn't really make much of a difference.
Well, the rule used to be different, you know. If the referee made a mistake and you went and played a shot, it was a foul, and then they changed that, which was a good change of rule, has to be said.
$33. $34.
Not going to be easy to clinch this frame. Two fairly easy reds near the pink, the one the left
39.
side of the table. Well, it's not on the cushion, so it is potable, but it's not a clear run to the winning line in this frame.
Yeah, there's probably just enough, plenty of room, isn't there, behind that red, should he? And that's what he's just stopped in his tracks there. How is he going to go about this break? Will he play for the loose one next to the pink, or play for this one that's close to this left corner pocket? He's playing for the one that's close to the left corner pocket. Drop that in, then maybe take the red to the right of the pink.
45. $46.
Now, what's the angle on the blue like here? I think he's okay to run around off two cushions, yeah, not too bad. There's plenty of room, as we said, behind that. But he's got to get a good angle on this pink, Dennis, or blue.
He could have done with getting a little closer to this red. Better with his hand on the table. But safely
52.
negotiated. It's been a wonderful 4 frames of snooker, Ken.
Incredible. And this is the big shot in this frame. If you can pot this blue, get behind the red, for possibly for the right centre. Well, he's played it for the left corner. He's played it nicely. Now, it doesn't have anything to do with the cue ball, just dropped the red
57.
in. But this is the frame winner. Bit of pressure on this one. This is for a 2-frame advantage once again. No. Has he got the cover?
Gary Wilson.
Has he got the cover on the
57.
blue? He has. Wow.
Well, Ali's still in his seat. He hasn't got out yet. He is now, but yeah, there was a bit of pressure on that, and he fancied the red. With the rest, like you, I thought he could have dropped in behind it, but there we go. That's the pressure of the crucible there on that last shot. Wasn't a gimme by any means. I think if he had been straight behind it with the rest, there would have been no problem.
Yeah. Still should have got it, but as I said, you can miss anything when it's frame ball. Wanted to get a bit of distance between red and cue ball. Was hoping to hit the other side of the red and bring the cue ball up into the bulk area there, but
got to make sure he keeps the red safe, even if he's trying a snooker. And he's done both by the looks of it. Easy to escape from. Below the middle pocket, 2 cushions. Where is he going to knock the red to? You never know where they're going.
it's not too bad. He's having a look to maybe cut it into this left centre. It's a lot more difficult shot rather than playing it down into this bottom left-hand corner pocket. Left centre it may be. No. Chance for Ali Carter. This is a massive frame, Dennis, for both players.
That was just the pace. Oh, as he fluked the snooker behind the black. Can you believe what's happening out there? He has a quick glance at Gary. Oh, he hasn't fluked it. He hasn't fluked it. Goodness gracious me. What is happening at the Crucible Theatre this morning? He can't believe that. He had a bit of good fortune, but not quite as good as that. That's a frame winner, you'd have to say.
Gary Wilson won.
Oh, that's incredible.
Barring a snooker, he's got himself 2 in front again.
And he didn't get them, and well, everybody needs a little bit of luck, and both of them had a rub of the green there, didn't they? The 33-year-old Tyneside, such precision, such consistency so far in what is his 6th match of the campaign, as it is indeed for Ali Carter, both having come through qualifiers, remember, and Wilson has not flinched in the final stages of his previous matches inside the Crucible so far. So here we are again, frame 21, and it is Wilson 12 points in front.
It's a bit pacey though. It's a lot pacey. That's always a sign that there's just a little bit of tension creeping in, which is understandable. When you just overhit them slightly. Needs that white to pull up. It needs to pull up.
1.
Now, can he get through to the yellow? Even if he could, from where the cue ball's sitting, it would be tough. Difficult that. There'd be some shot if he potted the yellow and got anywhere near his next red. The yellow looks reasonably straight. Well, he's made his mind up. That's a wonderful shot. That is a terrific piece of cueing there from Ali Carter. And he's got an angle on this red.
3.
Oh, I'm just wondering, Dennis, will he take the opportunity here to try and get on the black here? He could try and pot this red and screw directly towards this left-hand side cushion. He's blessed with the cue power. We've said that numerous of times. That's what he's tried, and he's perfect on the black.
4.
That's an excellent shot. Well played. Now Gary Wilson missed the red. Not too dissimilar to this black that he's going to play into this bottom left-hand corner pocket. But if he pots the black, he's on a red to the right centre, or possibly a red to bottom right-hand corner pocket.
$11. $12.
Needs to pull up. Surely not.
19.
Has he snookered himself on this red? I think he might have, you know. He can't believe what's just happened there. Shakes his head. Can't see it, the left side of the red that he needs to. Just watch the white here, anywhere there, and to find that spot. I was just about to say that, I mean, if he goes on to take the frame, the yellow ball was the one that paved the way for the run to the winning line, and all of a sudden, he's out of position.
Maybe extremely disappointed. I mean, he had such a margin for error there. Even if maybe he
Ali Carter.
got a bit of a
90.
spring off the cushion, but that's not a good shot either. But it's such margin for error there. Just needed to land anywhere between those two reds. Either red onto the left centre, this red onto the right corner pocket. That's close.
I seem to rush that, Ali. He just got down and played the shot and should have given it a little bit more thought. I mean, he's extremely disappointed with the result he had when he landed on that red to snooker himself on an easy pot. But he could have played that one a little better. He seemed to hurry it slightly. Still in his seat, Ali. So he's just trying to forget what's gone on in the last couple of minutes. Doesn't want to hit the brown full ball. And he has. I'll tell you what, Gary Wilson's faced with a shot here. If he takes it on, it's a must pot. Lots of pressure on this. It's a beauty. Okay. The whites ran a bit too far, but big confidence booster that one, Ken.
Yeah, cued it nicely. Just lost the cue ball, as you said, slightly, but can he find a gap off the side cushion? Missed the blue. Off the ball cushion, missed the yellow, and back up for the reds. Top shot this. Missed the blue. Has he missed the yellow and brown? He has. Has he missed the middle pocket? He has as well. It's perfect. What a shot. Fantastic shot from Gary Wilson there.
Yeah, just having a quick glance around the scoreboard and got up off the shot.
No.
Just composing himself here, Dennis. He knows the importance of this. Taking his time. Great opportunity here.
You know, I think he was probably thinking, I might not get back to the table. And then when Ali Carter had that bit of misfortune when he
60.
landed on the red, I think he's come to the table and thought, well, you know, I'm going to grab my chance here.
17.
He's not going to need that blue. That's close to the lips on the left-hand side. Need a cushion. He's not going to need that. 10 points. This black will put him 17 points ahead.
Well, he was almost straight on the black, and look at the angle he forced there to get
24.
to the red, which he needed to get close to make the pot more comfortable.
Is he dead straight on this red? Can he do anything with it? Can he just drop it in? Hold for the pink? Yeah, could only just drop it in. So
25.
again, he's going to need another tough pot on this pink.
Oh, right in the center of the pocket, and look at the cue ball. Perfectly played. Just
31.
needs the yellow to put himself 26 in front with 25 remaining. This will be
33.
a steal, this one, because Ali looked odds on. He shakes his head. He was very unlucky.
36.
But every credit here to Gary Wilson. The opening pot was fabulous.
Yeah, and then the black to follow, wasn't it? In and out of balk. Position.
40.
Perfect. This has been a wonderful break.
And the double as well. Such a key frame, this. Doesn't matter about the pink.
45.
Ali Carter had a chance and seen a white run up against the red, and he was out of position, but didn't he grab the chance by both hands? And now Gary Wilson leads 12-9. Needs one more, though.
So Gary Wilson on the precipice of an amazing achievement. A place in the semi-finals of the Betfred World Snooker Championship. Playing twice runner-up, Ali Carter. This is not good. Not good at all. Well, Ali probably feel like everything has gone against him this morning. He's had fluked reds, fluke snookers. That last positional shot in that last frame. If Gary Wilson can put this red, Dennis, and get on the black here. Who's to say he can't win the frame and match from this position? Lots of reds in open play.
Well, he's had everything in this year's Betfred World Championship. Gary Wilson, deciding frame against the Belgian bullet. Luca Brissell, the final frame, longest in the history of the Crucibles, 42 years. Lasted 79 minutes. Superseding Mark Selby, who he beat in the next round, who had held the record. A record you don't want to hold of 76 minutes against Mark O'Fu. But as you said, wonderful chance once he got the red and got on the black. Can he hold himself together? They're sitting nicely for him.
He's just having another check on the black. Asked the referee, Amber just to respot the black. Looks potable into his left-hand corner pocket. What a chance for a place in your first semi-final. Certainly the adrenaline will be rushing around
16.
his body. You remember the first time you got to the semi-final, Dennis, down to the one table, how special it was?
I certainly do, Ken. It was the very first year here, 1977. I got through to play Cliff Thorburn. What an experience. Before this year's championship started, not a lot of people would have had Gary Wilson's name up there, but I'll tell you one thing, Gary Wilson would.
24.
He's a very confident and a very nice man and an extremely good snooker player. I mean, these
25.
are dreams, aren't you? Not so long ago, driving a taxi, we seen the little program where he was going around Wall's End in Newcastle, showing where he used to drive the taxi.
That was a lovely little shot. He just tried to
32.
develop the red, but always knowing that the cue ball was going towards this red on the right hand side. He's on it nicely. But yeah, a wonderful story. Gary Wilson, nice lad. Always been a good player, but certainly in this year's World Championship, he's taken that level up a notch or two.
33.
And he's on the brink Just going to hold himself together as Ali Carter waits. Has he played his last shot in this year's World Championship? Remains to be seen.
That's the 5th black that Gary has potted there.
40.
At the moment, all Gary Wilson has in his mind is trying to clinch the match and frame right here. And the next shot
48.
will tell us what he's got on his mind. He's got an angle to run through, play for a ball colour. He's playing for the black.
$49.
And he's got an angle on the black. And if he pots the black and gets a nice cannon, every chance that he could clinch the match. Key shot coming up.
Yeah, he doesn't have to play this with a lot of pace. There is one red available at the bottom of the pack. Yeah, play it slow. Just try and hit the red just above it. It's not too bad. Played it very cleverly indeed. If you missed the black was going to block the pocket in any way, but he's on this red. And when he pots this red, the red that's closest to the cue ball will pot as well. Excellent shot.
57.
Nicely on the black.
Ali can see the match slipping away, but and look at this shot. Still all blacks.
64.
Imperative he gets a nice angle when potting this red. Try and finish low on the black.
Wow.
65.
If this shot comes off, not only will he clinch the match, there's a possibility of a maximum break here. Oh, he's only caught the one red. The cannon hasn't worked out.
72.
Still needs one more red to clinch the match. He's going to have to wait for it.
Well, what do you do here, Dennis? You play safe, try and knock the red in off the yellow, screw back, play it with a bit of safety. It's a possibility, isn't it?
Well, if you're playing an exhibition, you pop the red past the green and come around the table for the black. But don't get ahead of yourself.
How about playing the red off the yellow, screw back for the black, try and put the yellow safe. He's having a look at it. It'd be some shot, wouldn't it? He's having a look at it. Oh, maybe not. Safety for us, not a bad idea.
Gary Wilson, 72.
Great break to 72 though.
Yeah, shaking his head, he knew there was a possibility of a £50,000 bonus there and 10,000 for the high break. The cannon in the reds didn't work out. Like that shot. I like that shot a lot. All the colours are in the open. He's not finished yet. This is one of the best battlers in the game of snooker, Ali Carter.
Well, he's left one red here into this left corner pocket. There is a gap between red and black. Will he take it on? Maybe forced into taking this red on, Dennis. I mean, try and get the cue ball up to the ball area. Safety in mind.
What a pot. What a shot. I'll tell you what, Ken. Talking about having bottle, Ali had to smile at that. He wasn't expecting that, that's for sure.
Yeah, some shot. And he's been pretty good at those particular shots all morning and all throughout this match and championship for that matter. Another top drawer pot.
And walks around the table as cool as a cucumber.
Gary Wilson 1.
Well, barring snookers from Ali Carter, Gary Wilson is going to find himself in his first ever semi-final here at the World Championship. Well, he's potted the red. He didn't want to pot the red.
1.
He needs, of course, snookers and really needs high value colours.
That's why he's taking the pink. Must pot.
Well, will the handshake come? The handshake comes from Ali Carter. And congratulations goes to Gary Wilson, the man from Tyneside, the former taxi driver. He's in his first ever semi-final of the World Championship. What an achievement as he salutes the crowd. Brilliant.
Gary, this unbelievable run continues. You're through to the semi-finals for the first time, and the most amazing thing about this run, you seem completely relaxed and as though you belong at this level.
I'm just determined to do as well as I can. I'm absolutely over the moon to get through to that semi-final. Obviously, there's a lot of it is just getting down to the one table setup. You know, you never know if you're going to get to that situation ever in your life, really, as a snooker player. I certainly haven't yet, obviously, so I'm just over the moon to get to that situation and play in that arena now with one table, yeah.
How did you manage to keep your emotions under control? 10-7, and it starts to look like the winning line's very close, and then Ali, being the class act that he is, pegs it back to 10-9. Did you start to feel edgy? It didn't look like you did.
Not really edgy, just obviously you always kind of think the worst. You think that the player's going to come back and start playing well, but I've seen it a million times before in my career, so I think I've got to a point in my career now where I've seen all that and I'm kind of almost not bothered anymore. Like, obviously I am, but there's a bit of us that I've seen players play really well and make 3 or 4 frames, and you've just got to try and not let it affect you as best you can, and that's all I try to do, really.
Have you surprised yourself over this fortnight so far?
I've surprised myself in terms of how far I've got so far, but I've always known how good I can play. I'm still not playing 100%, but I'm playing good enough to win, and that's all that counts, isn't it, getting through?
This has been an inspirational journey because it's not as if everything fell at your feet immediately you turned pro. We know about you supplementing your income as a taxi driver. What you're doing here is inspiring the next generation of players as well, because just because it doesn't happen overnight, it doesn't mean you can't ever get there. You're in the semi-finals of the World Championship with a minimum paycheck of £100,000. 10 years ago, if someone had told you that this was going to happen, you might not have believed them.
No, well, I'd have been absolutely over the moon at that. Obviously, again, it hasn't really sunk in yet, that sort of side of things, the money and what it is, the World Championships. It's just, I guess, just when you're competing, I compete so hard, I'm just trying to treat it as another tournament, which it is in one way, and you try and block out the thoughts of it being obviously the biggest tournament in the world, all the support and everything that you're getting. You don't want to let yourself down and embarrass yourself, and you just try and block that out and just play snooker, I guess, yeah.
And this is huge, not just for you, but for the friends and family who've stuck by you for so many years, whose belief in your ability never wavered. It's huge for everybody connected to you.
Yeah, I think it just shows what hard work can do, because that's all I'm really trying to do. It just graft as hard as I can on the table, and obviously it's many years of experience coming together with that, hopefully, as well. And it's coming together. You know, that's all I can really say. I don't know how. I don't know where it's come from. I don't feel like I've played well at all the last few months or anything. It's just come out of nowhere, really.
Do you think you'll be able to enjoy it tomorrow when you walk down the stairs? Single table setup, all eyes on you, standing ovation probably. Will you take the time to enjoy it, or will you be focused purely on the first frame, the first ball in the match?
You try and enjoy it, obviously, as best you can. I mean, I've never played in that arena like that, so I'll be trying to enjoy it as best I can. And just try and, again, just always what I tell myself is just try and show people what you can do. Try and show them what you can play like. And, yeah, I'll be enjoying every minute of it.
It's another chapter in this fairy tale fortnight. Well done today. We will see you front and centre, single table setup at the Crucible. Well done, Gary.
Thanks very much, mate.
Cheers.
Fantastic story, and hugely, hugely deserved, because everything about him has just been absolutely class. And John and Alan, he's the first qualifier to make the semi-finals since a certain Ding Wei and Alan McManus in 2016.
Yeah.
In so many ways, he is the story of the championship, Alan.
Yeah, but I'm not massively surprised, given that how we always say at qualifying that he's a really good player. Watch out for him. Watch out for that. Watch out for a lot of guys. But Gary Wilson, you know, the thing that strikes me about it is, I think the TV cameras have helped him. I think his attitude and temperament have been in question. And down the years in general, away from cameras, away from the spotlight. I think because he's on the screen, he's in everyone's thoughts. He's like, right, I've got to get my attitude and temperament right, and now his talent's coming to the fore. He said I think he said 28 breaks of 50 plus in the 36 frames he's won. I mean, that is super scoring.
It is. And John, when you think about it, 13 years it took him to qualify to get to the Crucible a couple of years ago, 15 years to win a match, and now he's in the semi-final.
That's sport. Explain. Discuss. I've got no idea. He said himself he didn't know. But he's obviously been a very good player. I think his demeanour around the venue has been fantastic. I spoke to him this morning. He came in. I said, are you enjoying being out there? He said, loving every minute of it. He said, just trying to treat it like, you know, another tournament and turn up and play as if it's not the world's greatest thing, when obviously it is. So he's doing it really well. And his match play has been excellent. His safety against Selby was brilliant. And his safety in that match was good too. And he just seems to get stronger as the finishing line comes into view. We saw that with Mark Selby, and we've seen it against Luca Brissell in that monster frame. Some people are born to us. Is he one of them?
Without doubt. I mean, let's not forget, he was 3-0 down against Ali Carter. You know, so to come through the way he has is an incredible performance. But that's the thing about it. He looks like he's not playing the scoreboard, the opponent, the Crucible, nothing. He's just playing snooker, and that is a rare gift to have out there, I tell you.
Okay, and we must obviously tip our hat to Ali Carter for yet another run. 17 years on the trot he's been coming here, and a really battling run to the quarter-final. Gary Wilson, on this occasion, just too good. Okay. Well, 8 world champions were in the draw this year. By the end of this evening, only one will remain. But who will it be? Will it be Neil Robertson, the 2010 winner, or the 4-time Crucible King, John Higgins? What a monster match this is turning out to be. They were locked together when they returned this morning at 4 frames each, and it is, surprisingly, slow going. It's huge quality, though. Robertson took the first of the morning and then the second. He went 6-4 ahead. John kept in touch to take the next at 5-6. So we'll rejoin them in the 12th frame now, the Australian at the table, and it's Sean Murphy and John Virgo on duty for this one.
Squeezed it in, and he's as short as 13-8 to take the trophy. So you just felt that John Higgins coming into this match as second favourite, his best chance was to make it tactical and stay with him, stay close until that final session this evening. Then all of a sudden it's all about who handles the pressure.
And he's done that. You know, coming out of the first session, 4 frames apiece was good, having been 4-2 behind. And even if he loses this frame, he's only 2 behind, which is where he was for most part yesterday. So, not panic stations yet for Team Higgins. Been here so many times, seen it all before.
8.
But playing somebody in fine form this week.
9.
been absolutely clinical so far in this tournament, Neil Robertson. And this is a wonderful chance to take this frame.
Yes, those reds lined up in the middle of the table. And
16.
Just looking for another 33 points from this visit. So he's going to need 5 reds to get to Snooker's required.
17.
Can I see 5 reds? Well, 4 reds now in the open. I can see 3. So you may have to play a little cannon to clinch the frame.
$23. $24.
Would you want to risk a cannon? He needs 3 more reds. The one along the top cushion available. The bottom one of the 4 just below the pink is available. But he'll need one of those other 3 that are just tied up. Is it worth the risk? No. He's playing for the loose red. He'd like to have been low on it, but once again, look at that cue ball's gone up the table.
29.
He'd have liked to have finished low on this red and then potted it. Could have brought the other 3 into play.
30.
So now that puts him 32 points in front, 59 remaining. He still needs red colour
37.
and another red colour to clinch it. And he's
38.
having to leave it till the last minute. It all depends on this cannon now. From black to those 3 reds.
In his mind, he's just trying to hit the pink here. On its way, it must catch that red. Played perfectly. Great shot. As I say, his target was to hit the pink. And on its way, the red got in the way, looked after itself.
46.
And hasn't he taken these well? Had that cue ball under control in every single shot.
No way back for John Higgins now.
53.
They played 4 frames. Seems longer, but they played 4 and he'll have lost 3 of the 4.
54.
Made a few mistakes, given a lot of foul points away, but fair play to Neil Robertson. He's taken these very well. He's had to fight for every opportunity, it has to be said. But then you expect that against John Higgins.
61.
Not enough to make a century. You need to be on a minimum of 73 points when you get to the yellow to make a ton.
68.
So it doesn't matter about that. Both
Neil
players will
Robertson,
be up
68.
and heading for the mid-session interval. And it was long drawn out, but Neil Robertson won't mind. He gets to that mid-session interval with a 2-frame advantage. It's 7-5.
Yeah, it's the fourth time in this match that Robertson has established a two-frame advantage, but the Scot would not be kept at arm's length. He is breathing down Neil's neck again after winning the next with breaks of 35 and 36 at 6-7. So, frame 14 then. Robertson 8 points behind in this.
Went for the pot, and as it turns out,
Can you pull them sweets away up there, please?
once again, it looks like he's covered the red closest to the corner. There you see it. But John eyeing up the pot on this red. Wonderful pot. Stunning round off the two cushions. Thought the only red he could leave was the one he's playing. Can't leave it when it's in the pocket. Low on the black. But that's all he could expect. The way he played the pot. Is it a straightforward cannon? No. May have a red to the far left corner here. He's not looked yet. Well, he's looking to see can he squeeze through to that one to the left middle. He possibly could, you know, with a little trace aside. There is one to the far left corner, which may offer him better position. I'm not certain about the one to the left middle. He's now spotted the one to the far left corner. That's the choice. It's there.
Nice.
Just sounded like a heavy contact at first.
Yeah, that definitely wasn't clean. His heart would have been in his mouth as soon as he heard that contact, expecting the red to be thrown offline, but it wasn't. Just see the cue ball here. Just
15.
jumps, bounces off the table, but it was one of those that it just killed the pace of the white. Didn't sound very nice, but see the red goes in the heart of the pocket. Wasn't affected. Horrible shots to play those, the reds to the far corner pockets in situations
16.
like that, because you know if you miss it, you just stick in the game. Adds extra pressure to the shot, but John Higgins was up to the challenge, as he has been for most of his career.
Choice of reds to play here.
23.
Straight enough on the one to the right middle, just to stun for the black. Just pot the ball. And they're starting to find
24.
the middle of the pockets now. He's an amazing player, is this man. When the pressure comes on and a lot of players start to wilt, he just seems to get stronger.
31.
Someone was telling me, even coming into the quarter-final stage, he was as big as 16 to 1. I mean, that was massive odds for someone with his pedigree and beaten finalists last 2 years when could have so easy have won it. You'd never count this man out. Decided to stun around the back of the black now. Very problem with that.
32.
What sort of an angle has he got on the black? If he's straight, well, I'd say he's in a spot of bother. He is straight, but there is that red up in the balk end. Worst way you think he'd be on that. Trying to get a cannon here to leave him one in the corner. Played it perfectly. That's exactly as played. He's perfect.
39. 40.
And now in absolute prime position.
47.
55 points ahead, 91 remaining, so 2 or 3 more of these reds with blacks. We'll be over line in this frame. This has really
48.
been hard fought this session. They've fought for every single chance, these two. Proper match snooker.
Yeah, and as you
55.
always see at the World Championship, the length of frames, you see the to-ing and fro-ing of a match, and it becomes into a sort of story.
56.
Whereas I'm certain a lot of the matches you play now, Sean, best of 7, no interval. You know, I mean, sometimes I'm sure you get off the table, don't even think you've played a game.
Yeah, absolutely, John. Win or lose, that can be. You don't really feel like you've been involved in a match. Well, that's what gets everyone up for the World Championships. You know you're going to be involved in some epics
62.
along the way. Now 70 ahead, 75 on, just this red. Well played, John Higgins.
63.
I'd love to see this black disappear as well, just to make absolutely certain. Just remains to be seen whether we're going to see the first century of this match. Seems mad to say, doesn't it? Just 14 frames of play between these two great players.
'71.
But as you say, it's been, you've had to work hard for every chance. Okay, John fluked the red in the last frame, which was a real body blow to Neil Robertson, I'm sure. But it's just signs now for me that John Higgins, as he gets to his highest break of the match,
77.
just fine in the middle of the pocket. It's a good sign. Builds your confidence up. And once again,
78.
right in the heart.
Just wondering whether he went to the
85.
practice table during the interval, may have found something.
86.
A little swing thought or a technical tweak. Just something, just to refocus him. As you say, John, these are all going in the middle of the pockets, and that's a great sign.
92. 93. 98.
So just a red and a colour for the first century of the match.
99. Thank you.
Wonderful break from John Higgins. Absolutely marvellous. Turn up!
103. 105.
Just got this feeling during this break that he's just picked it up a little bit. As you say, whether he went to the practice table, found something.
108.
But it's never looked in doubt from the moment he potted that good opening red. That was the
112.
77th. Century 86, of course, is the record. Surely it'll be beaten this year.
117.
That is a goner.
I keep saying that. every
Definite
year.
goner. Definitely gone.
Okay, well, I'll take your word for it, surely.
123.
And this black for a masterclass of a
On
clearance.
the frame,
Absolutely wonderful from John Higgins. Neil Robertson didn't do a lot wrong there. He had first chance, he didn't take it. John Higgins had his. And boy, did he make it work. We're all square, 7 each.
What a match. That is John's 5th century of the Crucible campaign here this year. It's also the 77th of the whole championship. And you know, when you tot it up, it's extraordinary. It's century number 144 for Higgins at the Crucible over the last quarter of a century. Only Ronnie has made more. Amazing stuff. So 2 more frames to play. This is frame 50.
Shot.
Yes, and I'm sure John Higgins sat in his seat thinking, well, if that hadn't got a big bounce, he'd have been tight on the baulk cushion and that red would not have been available. Good pot, but maybe he wouldn't have had it. But having said that, as we say in these long matches, to and fro, Jono forgot about that red he fluked to win the other frame, so just have to see who gets. Oh, well, just in and just sneak past the blue. I was worried that the potting angle. Could he miss the blue? But he's just managed to avoid it and left the pot on. Screw across. There's 2 reds to the left of the pink. If he nudges it there, maybe on the pink to the middle. Not those 2. He wanted to miss that one. He just needed to glance past that and kiss one of the other 2. Big blue, no hesitation. No hesitation. And that, to me, Sean, was a little bit worrying there.
5.
Normally, as you say, he gets down, he sort of lines up the shot as a bit of a practice. Never hesitated. I know it was the shot he was going to play, but usually it gives it a little bit more thought.
One.
Yeah, it did look just a smidge rushed, didn't it? Almost as if he was trying to play it at a, a normal pace, as if just to sort of get him into the mode of playing the shot. But yeah, they need due care and attention, those long blues. And what can John Higgins do with this scenario? The pink available into 3 pockets at the moment. Black out of commission, blue not on its spot. Although it will be in a minute. A good chance this. It could very quickly develop into a frame winning chance.
8.
Going to that a little bit too much. Straighter on this pink would have been a lot better. Just trickling it through, cannon the red just below the pink. As long as he caught it fullish, he'd leave himself a couple of reds that were available.
14.
Came round to have a look in the red to the left corner, but in potting that, I don't think he could avoid the kiss on the second red. And this is where he'll be a bit concerned, having to play on and off a cushion.
15.
You say you can expect a bounce and you don't get one. Now he's wrong side of the blue.
You know, you're exactly right, John. And it plays with your confidence out there when you start to see the table misbehaving. Ball's coming off the cushion at, weird speeds. It does start playing with your brain out there. He could have expected to have a big bounce striking down on the white there,
15.
but it came off as it ought to have done. Just finished slightly short on this blue. Deep screw across the table. A bit of a big bounce on that cushion as well.
20.
Watch this, pick up pace. Springs off the cushion.
He's on this red. got to fully commit. I think he may. Well, he's digging in. Makes the pot more difficult. Is he playing little candles, 2 reds together? All for the pink. Good pot.
21.
Wrong side of the blue. But with the brown not being on its spot, shouldn't be too difficult to come up and down the middle of the table. But once again, using a cushion. But the cushion behaved itself that time, and he's finished
26.
perfect on this red.
$27.
Little shake of the head. John thinks he got a bit of a spring off that one. So inconsistent, and as Sean said, unnerving.
Yeah, I have to say, I think just to you know, for clarity, I don't actually think it's a problem with the cushions. I don't think there's anything wrong with these cushions at all. I just think you can see the chalk debris on this table. This is the chalk that John's using. Very different to the chalk the majority of the tour are using these days, and you can see how much debris it's leaving on the table. That is being collected by the cue ball, and as it bounces
33.
off the cushions, if a bit of that cue ball with that chalk on hits the cushion, you get a big bounce. So I don't think there's anything wrong with these cushions. I think it's chalk related.
34.
So I'll ask you the question, because you played Neil on this table. Was you getting bounces?
I don't remember getting any bounces in our match. I don't remember us getting any kicks. We're both users of the new latest version of, you know, anti-kick chalk, anti-friction chalk.
40.
And the table performed great in our match. I wish I could have blamed the loss on that, but there was nothing to be critical of in that
41.
regard. But you can actually see it clear
Yeah.
as day. You can see it on the table.
Saw it again there. Yeah, and just talking about the chalk, just watch the tip of the cue. The dust that comes off it when he played that shot.
47. $48.
Well, closer to this pink would have been better. He's only looking for this pink and one more red in the colour. Bit of pressure on it. But it is noticeable now that every ball is fine in the middle of the pocket. The Wizard of Wishaw
54.
is getting stronger. And if he can win this
55.
frame at this visit, they will be able to get the final frame that was scheduled for this session. Yeah, still have time to do it because there's no way back to the table now for Neil Robertson. So they will complete the allotted
61.
8 frames.
62.
It's funny, in the first 4 frames were just lots and lots of safety. We had a 58-minute frame. And then all of a sudden, frames are flying by.
68.
There's one thing for certain. We're going to have a session this evening. That doesn't go in. It doesn't matter. Neil Robertson concedes. He's only putting his cue on the table to go to the dressing room and get ready for the final frame. But John Higgins is in front. He leads 8-7.
Well, what a story is developing here. That's 3 in a row now for Higgins, and it's taken him 5 hours and 50 minutes of hard graft, but for the first time, he is ahead. And we're heading into the last of the session. Robertson already 20 points down here.
One.
Played it well. Sacrificed perfect position, but I think he's got a slight angle on the blue. There you see it. Just the right side of the blue line to play for the red, just to the right of the pink. Get back in the frame before you start looking at the difficult reds. He had a quick look at this red down the cushion. This is not the red he played for, believe me. He wants to get back in the frame.
Seven.
Decided to, well, I don't know if he played to go for the pink. Anyway, he's on the black. And at least one of those two reds goes there, you see it clearly. No mistaking with that black. Right in the heart of the pocket. 6 points of difference.
14.
Neil Robertson behind.
$15.
It goes without saying that this is all going to centre on those two reds that are on the cushions. This one on the right-hand cushion here, the wrong side of the table for a left-handed player. That might be significant. The red is just going to be queuing over here. He's in a great position for a double if he gets into that position in a few shots' time. Right in the heart of the pocket. He's so solid, Neil Robertson. Such a reliable technique.
20.
Points now all square.
21.
Perfect position to just be able to drop behind this red. He's just coming around to look for where he would like to be, ideally. He'd love to be able to play it without the rest. He was looking at leaving it in a position where he's got to stretch for it, but he'd rather do that than play it with the rest. And I think he can reach it from there. He's a very tall man.
28.
Going to be 6'1", 6'2", minimum. Yeah, nicely played. Gave the pocket every chance. And how does he get to the red? Absolutely bone straight on the black.
Yes, and if you were thinking of screwing back and trying to get close to the red and leave yourself a pot down the cushion, you've got to be wary of the left middle pocket. This was always going to be the most difficult of reds. Although, as Sean said, if he had a position on the black where he could get to that half of the table, possible double would be on. Deep screw, lots of side. And when you do that, you're in danger of missing the black.
Neil Robertson, 29.
And that double that Sean mentioned earlier is now on for John Higgins. And John Higgins, in the modern game, is one of the best doublers there is. I ain't lying. I ain't lying. Yes. I mean, I just get the feeling at the moment that if John Higgins, the only way he can miss is if he runs out of position. He's just got stronger as this session has gone on.
Go back to the interval. I think it came at the right time. And I'd love to know what he did at the interval. I put my house on it that he went to the practice room in some way and found something on the table, because he came out a completely different player.
11.
Maybe just something in his technique.
Brown, blue, pink to take a 2-frame advantage into the final session this evening.
15.
Like to have been a little bit straighter on the blue. He's looked at the scoreboard. He only needs blue and pink. Can he hold for the pink, or does he have to use the top cushion? He has to use a cushion.
20.
He's got a little bit of a springer, and that's why he's going to maybe need the rest. Neil Robertson has been put through it this morning. Right in the hands of the pocket. Can you ever write John Higgins out? Neil Robertson was a hot favourite to take the title, but he may not be now, as John Higgins has produced the goods, and he will take a 2-frame advantage into the final session this evening. He leads Neil Robertson by 9 frames to 7.
Wow, what a match we have here. 4 in a row for John Higgins, and looking under real pressure from the man who was well fancied to take the title this year. And we're back at 7 o'clock for their deciding session, BBC 2. And I'm sure glued to that will be the World Snooker Chairman, Mr. Barry Hearn. Yes, indeed, the boss is back in town, Barry. And what do you make of what has been an absolutely deliciously unpredictable championship?
I never cease to amaze me what sport generally can throw up. You know, when you think you've seen it all of a sudden something happens. And we come to Sheffield on the back of our most successful season globally. The favourites in their traps, and one by one, they've fallen. And goodness me, Higgins looks like turning out another favourite, because Robertson was a big favourite for this game. But Ronnie O'Sullivan going out against Cahill started it all off, didn't he? You know, the amateur that's never been here, we've never had an amateur in the final stages of the Crucible. Then we start looking at all the other big names falling out. Selby's gone, Ding's gone.
Williams,
there's been so many great games, you know, from a TV ratings perspective. You know, the first couple of days with the sunshine coming out, we were a bit low, and I'm thinking, oh, we've lost Ronnie, we're losing this. I'm starting getting a bit nervous. But the game's produced. The centuries that are coming up, we look like we're going to smash the all-time
77
record.
already,
We're
amazing.
76,
77 now, yeah.
So, you know, that's within grasp. It's just provided some wonderful entertainment, and I don't think it's going to stop now. I think there's going to be a lot more drama in this year's championships. It's certainly keeping me up at night.
It sure is. 86 is the record to beat, and as you say, we're inching closer to it. But when you arrive in town, Barry, we know that there are some major news events in the offing. What's new this time?
Well, there's lots of changes, Helen. Hazel,
It's all right. That's
sorry,
okay.
Hazel.
Brian.
Yes. There's lots of changes, because I think we've now established ourselves as a mature sport. We're 8 years into the changeover. We're just reaching the end of what was Phase 2. Phase 3 starts on Tuesday. So we're going to make some changes. We announced earlier that Betfred are going to continue as our title sponsor for the next 2 years, and they've been a wonderful supporter. But we're looking now to say that the playing field that we wanted to establish has been done. The players have got lots of activity. There's lots of tournaments. Prize money's gone from 3.5 million to expected 15 million this year. So we've ticked a lot of boxes. But at the same time, the World Championships being this supreme event at the end of the year, the top 16 are shunted into Crucible as of right, quite rightly, because they've performed. We think it's time now to reward the next layer of players, depending on their performances during the season. So next year we're going to start a different structure. We're going to have 16 wildcards from around the world, the Women's World Champions, etc., which Jason Ferguson and the WPBSA will select, and they will play the first round match at qualifying. Will be the lowest 48 ranked players of the 128 tour. The 32 winners will play the next 32 players, and so on until we get down. So the players get rewarded for their performance during the season, coming in at slightly different stages. They'll all be seeded, of course, on the way through. The cream will rise to the top, and we'll get some shocks of people that want to change their lives.
I think, Alan, you'd be in agreement with a bit of a change, because obviously you're coming through qualifying right at the moment. But there's, I think, one or two other things on the players' mind, not least slow play. That seems to be a bugbear that's really been talked about still a lot this season.
Yeah, obviously I speak to the guys week in, week out, and there are a number of them are really concerned about it. It's not on cameras, not at these tournaments, you know, the Masters in the UK and all that. It's behind the scenes and bit of qualifying match. There's far too many guys who are taking liberties, shall we say, I believe, and a lot of other players believe too, and something needs done about it.
So what is going to be done?
Well, I mean, this is on the agenda. Everyone knows I'm totally against slow play because I don't find it entertaining. But more important than that, I find in some cases, the thought in my mind is it's gamesmanship, you know, perhaps trying to unsettle your opponent. And I think this goes for toilet breaks as well. You know, I mean, get a call of nature, we have to go to the toilet, but there has to be some control. And I'm seeing players going every frame, you know. This is not acceptable. It's going to be discussed at the board meeting on Monday, and we will bring in some new rules for next season, both on slow play, which we've been monitoring all season, so we know the culprits, and on the number of toilet breaks, so that we get some continuity and some flow in the game, where the ideal result being that the best player wins and there's nothing else taken into account. It's going to be dealt with. I think it's unacceptable. And we'll be making an announcement of that on Monday.
OK. Just in terms of snooker's general profile, clearly it's booming at the moment. Massive tour all around the world, loads and loads of venues all over the countries. But the one thing, I guess, that everybody would love to see if you're a snooker fan is that Olympic and Paralympic inclusion. Hasn't been successful this time, but how much does the work go on for the future in that one, Barry?
To be perfectly honest with you, Hazel, I don't take any notice of the Olympics at all. Now, I think from the governing body standpoint, WPBSA is very high on their profile, and Jason Ferguson, I couldn't have a better representative fighting the case. My concentration is on the commercialisation of sport to make sure players earn money, change their life and live the dream. That doesn't necessarily involve Olympics. Olympics is great for image, but the Blazers take so long to make a decision. I get so frustrated with politicians and people that just don't move at the pace I want to move about. I've sort of disenfranchised myself from it and just leave it to the WPBSA. I'm concentrating very solidly on taking the game. I think we're at the end of stage 2 and stage 3. My final stage, which is stage 3, starts on Tuesday. And that's where I'm concentrating, because I want to create opportunity for players. The Olympics is a plus, of course, but it looks to me to be so far distant. And I get so frustrated when synchronised swimming and breakdancing are Olympic disciplines. I look at the Blazers and say, are you really serious? Millions of people play snooker and you just disregard that. And to me, that lowers the impact of the Olympics. I'm sorry if it's controversial, but it's not for me.
OK, Barry, as always, pleasure to talk to you. Thank you very much for dropping in, and we shall look forward to you coming our way next week.
Thank you.
All right. Well, it is also Women's Day here at the Championship, and that means that we have many women and girls in here showing their skills with cue in hand at the table. And we've got the 11 times world champion Rhiannon Evans, and we also have many other top coaches as well. But you'll see from the refereeing list this year that there are 1 or 2 new additions as well, including Bulgaria's Desislava Bortsalova. I've been practicing that one, a.k.a. Desi.
I just love the game, and this is a thing that makes you be really part of it. You could see it from the closest point ever. You're next to the table, you see every shot, you see it much better than in front of the TV or sat in the crowd. So I thought, I need to be part of this. I first started playing pool when I was 13. And watching snooker on TV, because we didn't have snooker table back home. And then a few years later I moved to Sofia, tried to play a bit, then I heard we have Referees Association, and I decided to take a seminar, then exam, and everything started with first PDCI ref in Bulgaria 2012. I think I did good because World Snooker liked what I'm doing, so they invited me to more tournaments, and with a lot of work, things happen. Frame 5, Ronnie O'Sullivan to break. Ronnie O'Sullivan's 146 in Welsh Open 3 years ago, I think it was. You keep like trying to be not in the line of the player.
72.
Try to move smooth so you don't disturb him, and it's different for us, different experience.
146, frame and flush.
Please welcome now your referees. We can't do it without them. Marcel Eckhart and Desislava Bosilova.
It's every referee's dream to be here one day. You could feel the adrenaline before you go out, definitely. And the whole crowd clapping at you. I could feel it, my heart bumping. Really, it's amazing. You cannot explain it, you cannot describe it. The crowd is so close, you could actually hear everybody breathing. They're really next to you. It's tighter than other events that we have. You have to be careful not to block the cameras. You have to be sure that you're on the right spot to see if there is a foul or not. It's a difficult job. I didn't even think of it as a men's sport. Yeah, most of the professional players are men, but still, we've seen so many women into snooker because we already knew about Michaela Tapp. But it's not only her, it's also all the other referees, all the top referees, because you see them on TV and you just dream one day, I want to be part of it, I want to be where they are now. Ref in the final here. That's every referee's dream.
Oh, and what an impact she's already had, because she refereed the German Masters final just a few months ago, and then a history-making debut at the Crucible because she was in charge for that Sean Murphy Luo Hong Hao, which of course was the first whitewash in 27 years. So she's had a great run of it here. But from one woman who's been calling the shots to another who's been playing them. And Radzi is with one of the best female players in the world right now, Rads.
Thank you very much, Hez. Yes, indeed, the women's world number 3, Rebecca Kenna. Thank you very much for joining us. It's Women's Day today. What's been going on here?
So today it's Women's Day, so we're just celebrating the fact that women play snooker too. So obviously we always see the men on the tour playing, but women can play too. So today we've had 3 female coaches in. And we're just trying to get women involved in the game, whether you've not played before or you want to give it another go. Some coaching here today for everyone to give the drills a try and just get women picking up a cue.
Women really can play at the highest possible level. Yep. You're a coach as well. How did that all start for you?
Well, I decided playing on the tour I would really like my own table, so I just set up a little coaching zone, got my own table, and yeah, I just want to get more kids involved really. So. Yeah, I coach children as well, and this morning we've had juniors from Spire Junior School again. They come every year, 10 girls, fantastic cueists now, getting into the game. So I'm just really happy that we've had more girls playing and showing them how to play today.
Well, earlier on I spoke to Charlie and Zoe, and their passion is undeniable. They love this sport.
Yeah, we do need more women to pick up a cue, but the ones that do, we are so passionate about the game, we all love it, so we just want other women to give it a go, because we're sure that they'll pick up the buzz too and just love potting balls.
And some of those women that do pick up a cue, as I said, play at the highest possible level. On Yi, Rhiannon Evans, to name but 2, they played in the qualifiers of the World Championships. How much confidence and sort of positivity does that give you?
Yeah, that's great, because we're getting them to then play on the TV and show other women that they can play too. So there is opportunities playing on the women's tour to then get onto into the pro tournament. So yeah, them 2 both got qualifying into the qualifying rounds to play for that. So as world number 1 and 2, they got that. They also this season they gave out 2 wild cards for the under-21s champion and Rhiannon Evans as well, Emma Parker. To go for the shootout as well. So again, another opportunity to get onto the Pro Tour as well through women's sport.
Obviously we're here at the Open World Championships. How long do you think it might be before we see our very first women's player competing at the Crucible?
I don't think we're far off. The quality is rising so much now. I don't know if you've already seen it, but we've also had a 19-year-old who plays on the tour. She's just recently made a 147 televised. So, the quality is there, so we just need more people playing, getting onto the tour, and then progressing onto the Pro Tour. So we're not far off. A couple of years, I think.
A couple of years. Hazel, Rebecca, thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
Thank you, Raz. Thank you, Rebecca. And actually, I'm very glad you mentioned that 19-year-old, Rebecca, because that's who we're actually about to talk about next, because it was just in March, actually, out in the high-end club in Bangkok, which is the venue next month for the Women's World Championship, that talented 19-year-old created a little bit of history. Her name is Nucharuk Wongarutai, but you can call her Mink.
My name is Nacharat Wongharutai. I am the first woman player to make 147 break. เมื่อเดือนที่แล้วก็ซ้อมอยู่ที่ High End Snooker ครับแล้วก็ความรู้สึกก็คือแบบดีมากๆค่ะที่ซ้อมเพราะว่าโต๊ะคือดีมากค่ะแล้วก็ตอนเริ่มเกมค่ะก็ไม่ได้คิดว่าจะทำได้เพราะว่าเปิดมามันก็แดงมันก็ยังไม่ได้กระจายมากแล้วก็ตอนที่คิดว่าจะทำได้น่าจะอยู่ประมาณแดงที่8ที่9ตื่นเต้นมากแล้วก็แบบว่าไม่คิดที่จะทำได้นะคะก่อนก้มแทงก็คิดว่าถ้าไม่ลงจะร้องไห้ถ้าดำลูกสุดท้ายไอแทงไม่ลงไอก็จะร้องไห้ยูแปลก่อนไหมก็ไม่ได้ฉลองอะไรก็คิดว่ามันเหมือนเป็นรางวัลให้ตัวเองมากกว่าค่ะแบบว่าที่ซ้อมมาแล้วก็สามารถทำได้ตอนนี้ก็รู้สึกดีมากๆสำหรับอาชีพนี้นะคะก็พัฒนาฝีมือจนมาถึงอยู่อันดับที่4จากปีที่แล้วประมาณอันดับ20กว่ามาที่นี่เพราะว่าจะมาแข่ง World Lady ที่ลีดนะคะแล้วก็จะมาดูคัดคอลิฟายของผู้ชายแล้วก็จะมาดูครูซิเบิลความฝันนะคะก็อยากเป็นผู้หญิงคนแรกที่ได้เล่นในครูซิเบิลกับผู้ชาย
Oh, I tell you what, it might just be Mink who makes that breakthrough. And what an amazing achievement. I loved it at the end. The guy she was playing just simply gets the balls out and starts.
And she said she didn't really celebrate. Well, if that's not really celebrating,
it's like a Highland jig.
That was brilliant. And actually, Rebecca mentioned the fact that we'd had Rianne and also Ingon Yi, who's a 3-time world champion, in those qualifying rounds. And in fact, you played Ingon Yi, didn't you?
Yeah, I did. And you know, I hadn't seen a lot of her play before. I knew she was a good player, obviously, but she impressed me more and more as the match went on. She was a very, very good player.
What was the final score, Al?
It was 10-6, yeah, and she's a real good player, a real handful, and her safety was amazing. Her long game was superb, so watch out.
How long do you think it will be before we actually see... We've seen James Cahill, the first amateur, get there, obviously. What about the first woman player to get there? What do you think, John?
It's just difficult to know. It's just it's difficult to know the progression that they're going to make. But I mean, Alan said to me that he was very, very impressed with the way she played. Maybe a couple of years' experience, and then maybe that she might get through. But it's very tough. It's difficult to do, but she's got a chance.
And we should celebrate that wonderful achievement. Great to see those pictures, and good on her. Hopefully we'll see more of Mink as the years go on. But it is time to head for the Crucible now, because we are all settling in for what could be a significant afternoon's snooker, because at least one more player is going to book their passage to the one-table Crucible stage as a semi-finalist this afternoon. There's Judd Trump, and there's Dave Gilbert, and Dave holds the aces in his match against Kyron Wilson. Judd resuming against Stephen Maguire 7-1 up with a substantial lead after their middle session. So let's sit back and soak up all of the tension as MC Rob Walker goes to work.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We've already had proof today that this really is snooker's arena of dreams. Qualifier Gary Wilson, the first man through to the last 4 of this year's Betfred World Snooker Championship. Time to find out who will be next to join him in this year's semi-finals. It's packed here at the Crucible, so it's showtime in Sheffield. Please welcome, first of all, a man who has played a mammoth 44 frames to book this, his 6th Crucible quarter-final. Make no mistake, ladies and gentlemen, he will loosen the elbow and go for everything this afternoon. He will be fired up for this. He's a 5-time ranking event winner, and he's the pride of Glasgow, Stephen the Maverick Maguire. And his opponent, the most exciting player of his generation. Ruthless yesterday, racing to a 6-0 lead with 5 successive breaks, including 3 centuries. Trying to close in on a 4th semi-final at the Crucible, but his first for 4 years. He is in the form of his life. He is the ace in the pack. Here comes Judd Trump. On table 1, here comes a player having the fortnight of his life here in Sheffield. He's been brilliant so far in this, remember, his maiden Crucible quarter-final. He took the last 3 yesterday, so he's now just 3 frames away from a check for 100 big ones and a first semi-final. It's a huge afternoon for the man who always gets the Tamworth Massive roaring. And for this fortnight, ladies and gentlemen, he's been anything but faithless. He's Dave Gilbert. And finally, one of this season's outstanding performers. He knows he needs a quick start this afternoon, but lest we forget, he produced 5 centuries recovering to beat Hawkins from 6-1 down, bidding for a 2nd successive semi-final here at the Crucible. The reigning German Masters champion, he's Kyron the Warrior Wilson.
So what an afternoon. We're going to keep tabs on the progress of the Trump-Maguire contest live on the red button and online for now, but a hugely intriguing final session to come on table 1. And I know that Sean Murphy and Dennis Taylor are very keen to see this one through. Afternoon, fellas.
Good afternoon, Hazel. Good afternoon, everyone. Intriguing is the word that Hazel mentioned. The man...
Thank you. The 17th frame.
That's going to break off in this final session is playing some scintillating snooker. He's had a couple of runs. There was 3 frames, 8, 9 and 10, 109, 82, 78, and then he won the last 3 frames with breaks of 72, 58 and 60. He's going to take some stopping, Sean.
He absolutely is, don't worry about that. 10-6 up going into the final session. What a place to be. He hasn't got away with that miss there, Kyron Wilson. He's playing that in a way that he thought if he missed it, he would get away with it, trying to leave the cue ball underneath the pack of reds. But that double kiss has left an early chance for Dave Gilbert.
He was going to hold for the black and decided to go up for the blue, but he didn't play it very well. There's 1 red available at the back of the bunch, as you can see, and he'd have to really power this in. Looked as if he could hold for the black, but just the slightest angle, but he'll have to punch this in to get to the red. And that's an early mistake from Dave Gilbert.
Gilbert won.
And that was caused because he didn't get the right angle on the blue. A big, big day in Dave's snooker career, and that wasn't what he wanted at the start of this frame.
One.
So he needs a cannon now, so it was a little bit of an edgy start from Dave. Quite understandable. Biggest match of his career. He might be unlucky here. That red was on for the corner pocket, but the red's come off the cushion. We'll just show you the cannon. Watch this red come across and potentially block the path for the red up into the corner. I think it has. It's amazing to cannon them like that and finish on nothing.
Wilson
with a couple of reds now up the other end of the table, could be a bit of an awkward frame.
I think patience is going to be the key word today for Kyren Wilson. He knows he needs a big session, but he also knows that, as you say, Dennis, this is the biggest few hours of Dave Gilbert's professional career right here. Chance to get through to the semi-finals of the World Championships for the first time. I think there's a gap through to this red over the middle pocket. And although the score's currently 10-6 in favour of Dave Gilbert, we've seen it before here, that could change at pace.
Well, this is the last thing that both players wanted. A topsy-turvy frame with the reds heading up the other end of the table. Well, that was a strange choice. I mean, Dave had an easy safety shot. He should have kept the pressure on Kyren. You don't want to be leaving a dangerous opponent like Kyren in amongst the balls. That's twice he's done that. So he is a little bit edgy at the start of this session.
And this is exactly what Kyren Wilson and his team would have been hoping for. An early chance. And the reds nicely in the middle of the table. Yeah, there's a few on the cushions, but if he takes these with nice colours, he won't need those reds. So a wonderful chance to immediately reduce his arrears to just 3. He'll be thinking if he can get to the interval just a couple behind at worst. There's all to play for in this match. That's what you have to do in these long matches. You have to break them down into mini sessions. That goal of 13 seems a long way away, especially when you're only on 6. But if you just break them down into their little parts of 4, it's a bit more manageable.
No.
Well, he'd love to take that one again. And that's a sign of a bit of tension. He didn't get into that at all. Should have been on a straight blue. Now he's going to have to get the rest out. As you see, he didn't screw far enough over. In fact, it looks as if he's going to take the green now. Needs the extension just to... Could have reached it, but for the pink and red there, that's why he's put that extension on the cue. Good recovery. I say a good recovery, but where's the next red coming from? I think that's the end of break.
12.
Well, he looked at the red, but surely the yellow's blocking the path through to the potting angle. From that picture, it looks as if it's covered. And that proves that he can't get to the potting angle. I think this is quite understandable because of the score line. He falls 11-6 behind, mountain to climb. If he wins it, he's right back in it.
Yeah, Karen will be disappointed not to have scored more there, but
Karen Wilson, 12.
his battle plan today will be to score when he gets in and to give Dave Gilbert absolutely nothing when they're playing safe. He won't want to give him a sniff of a chance. He'll be trying to close him out, keep him on a cushion, keep him safe somewhere, and make getting to 13 frames and into his first semi-final here at the Crucible as hard as he possibly can.
He thought that was in, but very close. He may have been on the green there. There was very little to play for from that position. And the same applies to Kyron. Easy starter, but not an easy colour to drop on. It's heading back up the table, and that needs to pull up. And it has perfectly played. He's had a couple of chances and good judgment here to get between the red and pink there. Played to perfection, that one. I think Dave Gilbert's just got to be a little bit patient. Doesn't want to be pushing the boat out, even though he leads by 4 frames. Tried a couple of difficult pots that I suppose he didn't have to take on.
14. $15.
A little bit short with the cue ball there. Played to be straighter on this blue. Just makes controlling this cue ball a little bit more difficult. brushed the red. That was a mistake. Did he knock it on, or has he knocked it safe?
20.
I think he might have knocked it safe. Certainly the one next to the brown will be tight. The other one will cut, but that's much more difficult. So as I mentioned before, key frame, and both players look a little edgy.
It's just so hard to come out and play normally, though, Dennis,
Wilson,
isn't it, in a
20.
situation like this, because it means so much to both players, this. They say, you know, play like it means nothing when it means everything. That's easy to say.
I think it was the legend Steve Davis that came out with that. I remember him saying that in an interview. But at the moment, a 39-point advantage is a very good one with the way this table's situated. You never get any two frames of snooker the same, and how often would you see the balls sitting like this? Don't know if he can have a go at this. He's looking at the potting angle to the right middle pocket. Don't think the white will go near the left corner for the in-off if he hits it correct. But he's brought another red out, and this is a better chance. As we show you, he thought, I could take this on, I won't really leave much. And that's not the case.
One.
There's an easy red to play for, and then it'll get complicated.
Six.
Yeah, I like that shot. He's
Seven.
played for the brown, and he can do what he wants now. There's a couple of reds possible. There's two on the cushion. He could play for either red, or he could try and develop a couple of other ones. He might just leave the two on the cushion for the time being.
$11.
Maybe not just far enough to be able to play for the left of the three reds. I don't think he's got an angle to do that, but he's got an angle possibly to bring the red into play this near the left middle pocket. You'll have to do that off the brown. That's a good effort. Well played.
16.
Yeah, beautifully judged, this cannon. Nice pot on the brown. Screw and left-hand side, just to widen the angle. If this were an exhibition, he'd be playing to pot this red, screw across and move the red from the right-hand side cushion. But it isn't. How close was that?
Well, he tried your shot, Sean, that you said he'd play in an exhibition, and it was ambitious, but I mean, the pot and the red wasn't that easy. I think that's the first ball he's missed with the rest in this match. Now, this isn't easy, bridging over the other red. No. It's so easy to get a little bit of unwanted side when you bridge over a ball like that. And he had no intention of the white finishing up where it has. So another chance for Dave Gilbert to close the gap in this opening frame of this session.
And that red in the middle of the table is in a perfect position. Try and pop the yellow and come down and finish low on that red. He's coming round here to see where he wants to be. He can finish in a perfect angle to pop that red and bring the other red off the cushion and into play.
That's where he'd like to get, where I've got the little circle. If he could get into the circle or somewhere near it, he'd have the angle to move the red, as Sean said, but is that a bit too straight to do that?
3.
So he didn't have the angle to play that shot, as we suggested. He's now looking at potting the blue and coming on and off this top cushion and just caressing that red over the middle pocket. We had a bit of everything there, didn't we? In off the post.
I'll tell you what, I've seen it in the corner pocket stop and then drop in, but I've never seen it in the middle. Have a look at this. It hits one jaw, the other jaw, stops there, and then, wow. Rarely do you see that into the middle pockets.
Just wants to be careful here. Good safety shot here. He's playing somebody in Kyren Wilson who's very astute tactically. Kyren practices with Rory McLeod and Peter Ebden on a almost daily basis. Certainly knows his way around the table in these endgame situations. And the problem with having two reds stuck together like they are on the baulk rail is if you move one, you move the other. So a good shot needed.
Then Gilbert 9.
That's just about okay, but he's left a fairly comfortable safety shot for Kyren here. You can get back up the table off that. Hit it on the left-hand side. Advantage Kyren, that's a better safety. Now when he plays the two reds, or the right of the two reds, he's going to send one towards the corner pocket, so must get a good cue ball from this next shot.
He may be as well just roll into those reds dead weight. Keep them where they are. Because it looks for all the world as if he hits the one on the right, the one on the left will go towards the yellow pocket. It did, but he's controlled it well. This is a good shot.
And a little tap on the table there from Kyron Wilson, which is nice to see.
This is one of those times where he might play the pot here if he feels forced into it.
I think he can just see enough of the red up past the brown to play a safety. He's caught a little bit on the thick side, and that's left a choice of reds for Dave Gilbert. Yeah, I thought, Sean, that it was so tough there that he might think about taking the pot on, but he had the escape route, just hit it too thick.
This now for Dave just about whether he prefers right to lefts or left to rights. By that I mean once he strikes the cue ball onto the object ball, it's going to be on left. And that was a definite opportunity to extend his lead in this match. Very nervy opening frame from both players.
Well, he knew if that red had it dropped, he was in perfect position. They were all there for the taking where he put the cue ball, as you can see. He has the right angle on the blue. Oh, that would have been frame over had he have potted that.
So good with the rest, Kyron Wilson. So solid with it. He gets a rest shot, you can almost give it to him. That wasn't a gimme at all. But he breezed it in as if it was over the pocket. Great shot. And now the chance swings his way. Lots of momentum shifts in this first frame. I don't know about you, Dennis. I always find that this match is the hardest one here because as a player, other than the final, of course, but you know, as the player, you're out there, you're desperate to get to the one table set up here at the Crucible, desperate to be involved in the semi-finals. You've worked so hard through the first and second rounds and you're in the quarters. I always find this is the one that carries the most weight.
Yeah, there's been a lot of great players in the game that have never experienced getting to the one table situation at the Crucible. Kyron got to the semi-final last year, lost to John Higgins, so he knows what it's like with the one table in the middle of the Crucible arena. Just a quick glance around at the scoreboard. Just
30.
needs the yellow to make sure. As you can see there, 27 ahead with 27 remaining.
$80. $22.
Doesn't really matter about the blue. Didn't quite get that shot as he intended. But there's a confidence booster there. I say it doesn't matter about the blue, but that'll certainly give him a lift. He's not going to bother with the black. It was a very awkward frame of the reds going up the other end. Both players looked a little edgy. But I'll tell you what, Karen Wilson will be delighted. He closes the gap. It's now 10-7.
And Karen Wilson perhaps on the comeback trail. Remember, he was 6-1 down against Barry Hawkins and came back to win that one. But of course, this time the frames are running out. We're getting to the nitty-gritty here, guys. But he's always going to keep fighting, Karen, isn't he?
Yeah, an imperative that he won the first frame of the session just to get, you know, see that number of frames he is behind closed down a little bit. He'd be looking today, obviously 4-0 is a major bonus. He'd be looking at this mini session saying, I've got to win it at least 3-1 just to get a bit closer.
Gilbert, of course, the man who knocked out Mark Williams, the defending champion. And what do we know about this guy's composure in the closing stages of matches like this, Alan?
Well, not an awful lot at the Crucible. Obviously, he's not been to this kind of stage before, but he's been at the top of his game for a couple of years now. I think his newfound method, is going to serve him well for what's to come the rest of this afternoon. You know, the technical things and all that he's been working on. He looks a lot more solid. He's always been fluent, always been smooth, but a bit... So, you know, a bit prone to mistake, but not so much now. But Kyron is a tough customer, as we know.
OK, all right. Meanwhile, on the other side of the arena, well, it's all going on there. How about this? This is Judd, 7-1 up. He's missed it. Oh, no, he hasn't. Outrageous fluke, and that was the difference between them in frame 9. So Trump now 8-1 up, and it is ironic because a lot of the newspaper cuttings actually go on this... this jibe, they say it's a jibe. Stevie's saying that he's possibly one of the luckier players on tour. Well, he's certainly shown it there, isn't he?
I mean, that was a major blow.
It was, but it's all founded on talent for Trump, as it is for all of these guys in the quarterfinals of this year's championship. You need a little bit of the rub of the green occasionally in major world-class sport, and everyone gets it from time to time. But it's about more nerve than luck in this one.
Yeah, any sport, a bit of luck goes a long way. I always remember the great Gary Player, terrific saying he had. He said, the more I practice, the luckier I get. But Dave Gilbert wasn't very lucky with that double kiss there. Can he settle down, because he looked a bit edgy in that opening frame. Has to be said. A couple of chances. He's played so well throughout. And there's another edgy shot from Kyron this time. Doesn't usually miss those. He needs an easier starter just to get in amongst them and get that Q arm working.
Yeah, edgy from both still, but has to be said, I mean, understandably so. You know, this is a massive, massive game for them both. Kyron, one of the favourites for the tournament, trying to win this World Championship for the first time. Dave Gilbert trying to consolidate his position as a top 16 player to get to the semis for the first time. So, big day for them both. It's a great putter. Very cleverly played though. Back to the jaws of the middle pocket. Wasn't leaving anything should he have missed it. Hart back to his practice partners of Peter Ebden and Rory McLeod. They'll have put him through the mill over the last years.
Six.
Not the smoothest of cueing there from Kyron. And look where the reds come. Now he put a quick one in there. There was no kick, no bad contact. For somebody that cues so well, that was a poor one he put in there. It's all a little difficult at the moment, but I think he can just reach the green. It's incredible. He just hasn't settled. He's had plenty of chances, but okay, he was fully stretched, but can't afford to miss those. He's got his opponent under pressure and missing, and he's not taking advantage.
This is the problem, isn't it? As the player out there, you know that. You know, he will know what we're saying. He'll know what's being said in the studio. And you've just got to go out there and play your game. Easy to say, very difficult to do.
Well, that tells me we could have a re-rack now that he sent the red onto the green. I'm sure the players are going to look at each other shortly. Unless Kyron tries to do something about that red next to the green. We're at a stalemate. Might be able to hit cushion first and solve the problem here. No, that hasn't made any difference. Come on, boys, have a look at each other. We'll never catch on this sort of game.
Yeah.
Yep. And a look at each other. Decided to start again. We were going nowhere with that. But a couple of uncharacteristic misses there. I mean, Dave Gilbert had a terrific chance after Kyron sort of put a poor cue action on this red into the corner, just very quick. Just watch Kyron. Yeah, oh, he doesn't move like that. Very rarely would you see him move like that. And of course, Dave Gilbert couldn't take advantage. He stretched But all he had to do was just roll the green in and the red was awaiting. I mean, what a chance. Amazing.
It's unbelievable the balls you can miss, isn't it? Unbelievable.
The 18th frame, Karen Wilson to break.
So we go again. Re-rack. Frame 18 again. Take 2. If he's blocked down the access to this red to the left, that's not a bad break-off. Dave can't go for this red. Be running into all the balls, so he's got to get this safe. Doesn't want to knock anything towards this corner pocket. He has knocked that red over. Needs cover from behind the yellow.
Just like that, Sean. He's got the cover. Bit fortunate there. I think he's just okay. If he comes off either side cushion and into the bunch, should be safe. More so the right side. If he comes down the left side, there's that red near the corner pocket, but just looking at it, if he caught the wrong red going the right side of the table, he could leave a pot on also. So it's the 2 cushion escape. Surely there's not a gap there to the potting angle of this red. No. It must have been close. He almost had a gap through to that, but clearly you can see not enough room.
Not an orthodox safety there, but this is all about covering the red nearest the left-hand corner pocket. You'd love to get the cue ball tight on the cushion. But you've got to block access to that red first. Now this will tell us how Karen's feeling. He can pot the red that's next to the pink, stun off the side cushion and be on the black. If he gets close to the back cushion, he can play it almost as a shot to nothing. Can try and get the cue ball out of there as well. He can play back up for blue or bought colour. But I think the shot's on enough for the black.
Yeah, that's the possible shot that Sean was talking about. Can he get enough screw on it to take that on? Might just be able to. Be some shot though. Oh, he's mishit that one. Got on the black but was nowhere near the pot.
I'm just wondering here whether the red passes the other reds into the middle pocket. He might try to just dink that through the gap. If it does, can hold for the black. I think that red goes. The one nearest to the black spot. It's top jaw. It's very tight, but I think it goes in off the top jaw. Might be able to hold for the black if he plays it. No, he didn't play it. Played in behind the black. Dave Gilbert doesn't look as if he's settled yet in this session so far, but he looks pretty chilled to me. And Dave Gilbert, ever since we were kids, we grew up together playing on the junior scene and the amateurs. We came through together. One of the best strikers of a ball I've ever seen, and he was tipped for great things when we were kids. Together with Stephen Maguire, a young man from Mansfield who's sadly no longer with us, Lee Spick. We miss him terribly. Michael Holt, the late great Paul Hunter. They were a few generations ahead of us, but it's great to see Dave now fulfilling that potential.
Yeah, he turned professional back in 2001, but it's just the last couple of seasons that he's come through, and he has played some brilliant snooker in this year's Betfred World Championship. Beautiful cue action. It's amazing once again. A couple of reds up the other end of the table. Sometimes you can go for session after session and this never happens.
Not sure whether Kyron can have a little bit of a throw at this one in the green pocket. Beyond the black if it goes in. Cue ball will be coming back for safety. That's exactly what he played. How close was that again? Seen some rattlers so far today. Both players now with all the colours in play, they both have to be very wary. Your next mistake could be your last in this frame.
He's had a look at that red. It may pass into the right middle pocket. And he's attempting to screw off the side cushion and over for the black. There you can see it'll just go. Brilliant. Is he on the black? He's unlucky.
One.
But he's gained the advantage. That would have been some shot had he have been able to get over behind the black.
Kyron Wilson, 1.
Very delicate, this one. And it's not straightforward. If he runs off the side cushion into the reds there behind the pink spot, he'll leave one to the left middle. Twice across. He could still leave one. Yeah. He's left one to the left corner, but how does he get out of there to get to a colour? He could bounce it over the reds, pop the red, and if he bounces the white, it's not a foul shot. Used to be, jumping over balls, but it's only if you jump an intervening ball. So watch the white here. As he pots this, it'll jump over those reds.
Foul.
Well, a foul as well.
Dave Gilbert, 4.
don't know whether he hit a red with his cue or whether he pushed it. Let's see. Looked a little bit like a push, maybe. The foul is immaterial because he's left Dave with a chance, but straight away he hasn't played the best positional shot. Let's have a look. Maybe push this. Yeah, possibly so, but you know, Dave should have been on the brown much better rather than stretching like this.
I
think if he was to pot the red here and pot the blue and just nudge the pink a little bit, because it's a bit awkward with the pink sitting there and the red to the left of it. Yeah. But don't get too far ahead of yourself. Just it's like trying to play your natural game, but it's the blue, maybe a little nudge on the pink, and it helps the situation. He can forget about the black then. Well, I'm surprised he didn't nudge the pink and leave himself perfect on the red, because he could then have played for the pink again.
11.
Okay, he's got a good angle on the blue to play for the red to the right of the yellow, but well, as long as he keeps potting them. But I think he missed a trick a couple of shots ago, but we'll see.
$17. 18.
Be nice if he could come down on the table and play for the red. It's on the pink spot. That would free things up in that area. Last thing he wants to do is get the pink on its spot, but into a congested area. So he's come down that table. He's got choice of reds here.
22.
It's got the red to the left centre, next to the pink. You can play the cue ball up and down the table. Just having a look at that angle now.
And that certainly clears that area, because it's a little complicated.
I think you were right, Dennis, a few
23.
minutes ago. It's important that Dave plays at his natural pace and doesn't get too bogged down in trying to do everything right, and obviously sensing how big a day and occasion this is for him. Just needs to play in his natural rhythm.
$28.
Yeah, the thing to do is not try too hard out there.
$29.
He's just running away from the reds here with the angle he's got. He might just be able to hold it for the one to the left of the pink spot. Now he's had to go up and down the table. And I think that's going to finish okay for him.
35.
Already 39 in front and going along nicely.
$42. $43.
He can get enough points on the board with these two reds and high-valued colours. There'll only be 59 remaining.
49.
If he can pot the two easy reds.
50.
And this is an excellent
Quietly, please.
break from Dave Gilbert here. As they looked very edgy in the opening frame. And he didn't quite, he tapped the table there. He didn't screw that back as he intended.
56.
Just the red needed. No, would you believe it? He's still edgy out there. I mean, that break, it's a very good 56 break, but he really had to work hard. He got out of position on a few occasions, but didn't. It was the shot before where he just played a little screw back and he just tensed up a little bit. Still a strong favourite with the way the balls are situated. I wonder will Kyron try to pot this and cannon the black out? Well, he did. But because he put side on it, missed the pot on the red, so it'll be a relieved Dave Gilbert. Played with lots of left-hand side to bring the black into play.
One.
Got a bit of a mountain to climb now, is Kyron.
Six. Dave Gilbert 6.
So barring a couple of snookers, Dave Gilbert should lead 11-7.
Absolutely don't blame him for carrying on either. Two snookers with reds on is nothing. And there's a few players in the game who you don't want chasing you down when they need snookers. Ronnie O'Sullivan, Selby, John Higgins spring to mind. Karen Wilson is very quickly beginning to join that club. Very tactically astute, as we've already mentioned.
And you will remember, Sean, I know you read up on your snooker, the great Fred Davis, who played at the Crucible. Got to the semi-final when he was 64 years of age and played here in the Crucible Theatre when he was 70. Was one of the best tacticians and if he needed a couple of snookers, most of the times he got them.
One.
Might have a go with this red up into the corner and screw back for the black again.
Karen Wilson, 8.
Wasn't easy, but he didn't get on the black nicely anyway. Might just be a guide through to the one that's near the pocket to cut it in, or is he just going to try and pot the one to the left of the pink? Just to safely didn't even attempt the pot.
Interesting though, isn't it, Dennis? Because he knows just how good Karen is at this part of the game, so showing massive respect there, not going for the red. Didn't want to go for it and miss it and throw Karen in amongst them. And that red that's now gone in behind the black is in a perfect position for snookers. So if Karen were to get a chance to take 2 reds, 2 blacks, he'd be leaving that one there as the snookering ball.
Well, it'll be removed now because that's the only ball that Dave Gilbert can hit. And as Sean said, it's in a dangerous position for Dave Gilbert, so he'll be glad to move it away from the black here. Needs to finish on the black.
One.
And the pink will be okay. Fabulous long pot there. So he's just checking the score to make sure that he still only needs 2 snookers if he pots the pink. It's a must pot coming up here. I think he nods.
Aaron
Yeah,
Wilson
he
won,
nodded
Frank
to
conceded,
Dave
Frank
Gilbert,
Gilbert.
concedes the frame. So, well, he started well, but Dave Gilbert will be absolutely delighted. He made hard work of it, but that 56 break has opened up that 4-frame advantage again, 11-7.
Yeah, the world number 8, Kyron Wilson, and we've just been talking, Alan and John, about a final German Masters final between these two, and it was Wilson who was, what, 5-7 behind and won the last 4 frames to take that one. I just wonder whether he's going to have to summon some kind of effort like that. But does he look in the kind of stroke to do it?
At the moment, no, and the reason why is he's not scoring. He's had a break of 138, which is the highest in this match, but other than that, has not made a single 50 break. Highest break after that is 46. So he's definitely suffering from a Hawkins hangover from the other day where he had a peak performance to get out of trouble. He's not been the same player in this match. Dave Gilbert's done his job. But even there, though, Dave was starting to look a little bit twitchy in those open couple of frames. You know, there's a winning post involved in this session, and he'd had chances, Kyron, but he's just not scoring.
Yeah, and Kyron had made 5 centuries against Barry Hawkins, and that kind of fluency seems to have deserted him at the moment.
Yeah, you could think that Dave Gilbert may start panicking, but as John says, he's not really getting a reason to panic because he's not been punished. So Dave's kind of sitting there thinking, OK, I can still be patient, waiting my chance, because it is going to come. When someone's looking like being really dangerous, then you think, well, I better get over the win line soon. But he doesn't have to think that way. He's going along at 28 seconds a shot as well, Kyron, so he's not the most fluent to go bang, 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 you know, get 3 in a row.
So he won't, consequently, because of that, he doesn't change the scoreboard quickly. You know, it's a combination of he's pretty methodical and he's not scoring heavy enough in one visit. So the scoreboard's not, I mean, if you play somebody like a Neil Roberts or Ronnie O'Sullivan, the scoreboard can go bang, 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 3 or 4 frames gone and you start panicking. But the way it's being played, the match, and the way it's going and his lack of scoring, it's not really threatening him.
Well, Kyron is one of, what, 3 men to have denied Dave Gilbert a big prize in a world ranking final. He's been in 3 of them over the last 3 years or so. And I think, you know, if you're not familiar with Dave's game, he is so highly regarded. And I think he's probably got that dreaded best player never to have won a world ranking title thing yet.
Yeah, he probably has. I mean, I've been such a big fan of him. I remember he played Stephen Hendry here about 10 years ago, 10, 11 years ago. And I thought if this guy knuckles down, everyone knows in the game, a bit like Gary Wilson, you know, we know he's a good player, but he's got to find it within himself to produce it on this stage, and Dave now looks like he's going to do it. Simple.
He does, and he's put the work in, John. He admitted himself a few years back, perhaps he wasn't quite as committed to the game as he might have been and should have been, but he really has begun to blossom. 37 years old, of course.
Yeah, amazing. I mean, I always looked at him and thought, you know, good, genuine professional, but since he's changed his cue action and his technique and gone with using the sight-right method, he's become a proper player.
And he's 2 away from a place in a Crucible semi-final.
Well, has he been lucky with the break-off shot here, Dave Gilbert? He brought a red back up. And I think Kyron, he can get past the brown.
One.
Well, it's a must-win frame for Kyron Wilson. It's as simple as that. If he goes in, well, 12-7, you wouldn't give him much of a chance, would you? You know, he might have gotten away with this.
Wilson won.
All went wrong with that shot. But at first glance, I don't think he's left anything easy.
I think that's the point the guys were making in the studio. He hasn't scored in this match at all. He has had that break of 138 in frame 11. But after that, his highest break's been 46, and that just isn't going to get the job done at this level. I have to say, I think there's a bit of a, you know, it might be something for the governing body to look at in future years. I thought it was a bit unfair that Kyron finished his last match when he did, and he had the adrenaline rush of that, the big highs and lows of it. Then he had to be back out here fresh for the first session of his match the next morning. That isn't always easy to cope with, but it is one of the tests of the World Championships, but it doesn't bode well for peak performance, that's for certain.
Well, he more or less stood up as soon as he played the shot. He knew he'd mishit that completely. He's lost a lot of confidence at the moment, as Kyron, which is not like him. Mentally, he's one of the strongest and most confident players you'd ever wish to meet. It can be a lonely place, the Crucible Theatre. You're there with roughly 950, 960 people all close to you. There's nowhere to hide, as you can see. Great, great venue when things are going well for you.
Gilbert 1.
At first glance, he's got to somehow land on the two reds that are to the left of the black. And from that position to get there will be some shot. I mean, that's where you'd want to come in, and this is what he's faced with. It's not very inviting. He either lands in the red next to the black or the two, and he's a long way to travel to get there.
Foul. At the miss.
He'll do well to hit one there and leave it safe. There was a possible escape down the other side of the table. You know, to get to those two reds or the one next to the black, everything would be safe. The way he's going, if he hits that red full ball, he's going to leave the one next to the black.
That way. Yeah. All right then. Okay, Dave. Thanks.
And even if he hits this red, as I say, he could put Dave Gilbert right in amongst them here.
Foul. At the miss. Dave Gilbert 4.
Yeah, he'll stay in his seat. He'll have it put back. He'd have to glance off that red the way he's going to have any chance of leaving it safe. Now he's starting to look the other side of the table, which I think is the better route. Yeah, he's going the other side. May not necessarily be going that route, but that is a chance. He's played it well. He was pleased with that shot, wasn't he? A little celebration to himself.
And interest in that. I think it's good for Kyron to just let his hair down a little bit and have a bit of fun with the crowd and enjoy his time out there. It can all get very, very serious sometimes when you're out there in the pit, in the crucible.
Where they're talking about a possible free rack again. You wouldn't think so, but yeah, they've agreed.
Yeah. Okay.
Smiles all around. Let's start the frame again. It didn't look like a stalemate. I think it could have been resolved. And it was interesting. Dave Gilbert had an 8-point lead. But nice to see the both players having a little smile there. But it's a must-win frame, as I mentioned. If Kyron loses this 12-7 behind, you wouldn't give him much of a chance. 11-8. He's still in there fighting, because you always felt, Sean, that when your opponent needs 2 frames, regardless of the scoreline, you've got a bit of a chance.
Yeah, absolutely, Dennis. Once your opponent gets to, as we call it, on the hill, and they only need 1 more frame, kind of start changing your game and going for shots you perhaps wouldn't in normal play. But if you can keep them needing 2, it's all to play for.
See, Dave's still got his tissues out there. He had a terrible cold when he played Joe Perry, but he played extremely well against Joe.
Settle down now, please. The 19th frame, Dave Gilbert to break.
All depends on the angle as to whether he can take the pot on. As long as he can run through for the black, it's worth the risk. Never spotted that one, and I don't think Dave did either. Just a safety shot, and he could pot the black, but all he would get was 7 points because he'd be running into the reds.
Dave Gilbert 1.
It looked as if he played that, didn't it? No way. And now we've got a red up the other end of the table, and straight away a bit of an awkward frame. That's two out of the 3 frames they've gone awkward. Well, he's looking at the 2 reds. Surely there can't be a plant up into the left corner. No.
They're just fighting each other now for the first chance to get the cue ball up towards the yellow corner pocket of the table. That would kill the stalemate. You wouldn't risk going up to the baulk end any other direction really, because you risk leaving the red over the left centre pocket. Having said that, I thought for a minute Kyron was going up there, but he wasn't. He fooled me. He did that to me the other day. Fooled me in commentary. Now you might see Dave. He might pump this red between the yellow and red and send the cue ball onto the baulk cushion. Yeah, good shot. If you can spread a few more reds in doing so, great. It's a good shot.
Can you keep the noise down, please?
Well, that was quite risky. When you've got your opponent struggling, the last thing you want to do is just leave sitters for him, because it can soon change around, and he proved that against Barry Hawkins. From 6-1 down, came right back at him.
Eight.
And the reds are perfectly set. If you could get top side of the blue and smash into the reds, they'd go everywhere. Prefer to split the reds using the blue than the black here, and he's perfectly on the blue. Just having a quick check to make sure there are no plants. Heartbreaking when you play this shot and see a red go in a corner pocket. So here we are, smashing to the reds full pace.
Foul.
Well, he did have a look
Aaron
at the
Wilson,
play.
9.
And
Dave
to be
Gilbert,
fair,
5.
that plant didn't look on, but well, let's see what's happened here. Oh, that's just unlucky. It 2 or 3 balls flicked that one out. The only good news is the white's almost tight on the side cushion. He's had an anxious look there to see if there's a path through to the red that flicked another red and went near the left corner, but let's have a look. But it's dead straight. Might be able to force a bit of an angle, and he may have to take it on because there's no easy safety. So the white could follow this into the pocket. Almost followed the red in, and he's finished on the black, I think. Oh, it's one of those little cutbacks where it's what we call a blind pocket. You're looking away from the pocket you're trying to pot the ball into. Oh, the black doesn't go. Beg your pardon.
Aaron Wilson, 1.
So from that straight red that he potted, it was almost impossible to get to a colour. It's amazing sometimes you can play a series of frames and never get a chance in and around the black spot area with reds available. They've all been awkward frames so far this afternoon. Brilliant. Superb cueing. And all of a sudden with that terrific pot, worth another look from the jaws of the pocket, to put that right in the center of that corner pocket was superb.
His only problem here is that the next colour, the next obvious colour after the green, will be the black waiting over the pocket, but the black spot's a bit congested. So he has to try and pick a red that he can play for and maybe get up for the blue and wait until he's just cleared that black area. He's just looking at that now.
4.
Once that black's respotted, it's going to be pretty much out of commission.
Five.
Yeah, he hadn't got the angle to play up for the blue and then play for the red that's near the black spot. So he had to play for the black, and it's going to be awkward when it's respotted. So we could do with the pink up onto its spot. Because the black's out of commission now.
12.
So rather than play for the blue, it'd be better to play for the pink here.
$13.
I'm a little bit surprised there. It's a good effort to get round the table, but I think his previous shot definitely should have screwed up past the pink
18.
and got it back on its spot. Well, he's taking deep breaths there. He's going to have to pull out a good shot with the rest.
As you say, Dennis, it wasn't that shot that was the bad shot, it was the one before. You know, whether you're playing for the pink or blue, you cannot be short. All of the table to put it in past the blue. That's a wonderful recovery shot. He's just relentless with the rest, Karen Wilson. Absolutely
90.
relentless. I mean, the difficulty of that shot is hard to explain, but he's just floated it in so casually.
Blue ball. $24.
Well, he's having to work his socks off for these. And this time he's played up for the pink. It baffled me why he didn't do this about 5 minutes ago.
$31.
But as we always say, Dennis, you keep putting the balls, you're at the table, and he's inching closer and closer with every ball that goes in the pocket to stealing another frame back here, reducing his arrears again. One ball at a time.
Yeah, I think Dave Gilbert earlier in this frame just took a very risky one into the left corner and was always going to stick one over the right corner. And at the time, I thought he could have played a safety shot, kept the pressure on Kyron. You don't want to let your opponent get ahead of steam up. Just trying to relax there. Just needs this red.
45. $46.
Terrific shot there.
52.
The frame's safe, so can just relax a little bit.
53.
As the boys mentioned, he made that magnificent break of 138, but up until this, 46 was his second highest break.
$58.
Doesn't matter
Karen
about
Wilson,
that.
58
Not
and
dropping
Frank.
in. Dave Gilbert just signals to Paul Collier. And Karen Wilson badly needed that frame, but he still trails by 8 frames to 8. 8 frames to 11.
We're with you, Den, don't you worry. 58 is his highest break since frame 11. It's about time he got himself going in this match. He really needs to turn it on now.
It's just what the Crucible can do to you. You know, he's had such a hard match the round before and had something close to a peak performance, and he's come back out the next session. It's been pretty flat. I mean, I thought he did well to be 4 each in the opening session of this match, but it was the middle one where he struggled a little bit. And in fairness, in the last 2 frames last night, Dave Gilbert had a fluke, which was massive, and then potted one of the best reds I've seen played here over the last how many days we've been here. So it's not been easy, but he's not been scoring. And as we mentioned, it doesn't change the scoreboard if you're not scoring.
It's 12 days, by the way.
Is it 12? Thanks for that. I have no idea. I'm autopilot.
We're all a bit punch drunk in the second week, as usual, but these guys have got to be on it and look sharp. And I think there's one thing that we know about Kyron Wilson is hugely competitive spirit, and that's one thing that's shone through this season. He's won 3 titles already this season.
Yeah, he won't go away quietly, you know, and at some stage he's hoping that Dave Gilbert maybe panics.
Kyron Wilson to break.
Right we go. Last one before the break here.
I've never had that before, Sean, where you're trailing 8 frames to 8, eh? That's a new one.
Yep, that was a new one on me. But I can tell you, he isn't called the Warrior for nothing, Kyron Wilson. It's not because it starts with the same letter as his surname either. He will not go away. He'll keep coming, keep trying, fight for every ball. What do we play here, Kyron Wilson? This is obviously awkward because the red over the corner pocket. Doesn't want to risk going back to the balk end. I'm not sure whether he's going to try and snick this red in behind the black, play for cover. Might snick it in and leave the cue ball where he is now. Use the entire pack of reds as a blocker. That's what he's played. And if Dave rolls into the pack here, we could have another re-rack. What's the record on re-racks?
They've already agreed, I think.
Not touching me.
Yeah, they're talking about it. Let's do it again. Amazing. I don't know what the record is, Sean, but somebody somewhere will know.
I mean, we've got to be close to it. We've played 5 frames and only played 3.
Well, both players are just refreshing themselves. This is such an important frame, the mid-session interval coming up after this.
Frame 20, Karen Wilson to break.
Good length of the break off there.
I think that is one of the areas where everything's improved, though, hasn't it, Dennis? Really, nobody really wants to watch all that tip-tapping around, rolling into packs.
He's just lost a little bit of momentum at the moment, as Dave Gilbert, it has to be said. Just a few of the, and it's because of the occasion. He's been a pro for 18 years. He's got a chance to get to the one table at the Crucible. He's got to try and put that out of his mind, play his natural game. And it's an early chance for Karen Wilson. And you can't get your breath.
3.
I tell you what, look where it's finished. Could be another re-rank. Do you know, he's just drawing a circle there with the tip of his cue, saying, look at all the area I had to play into, and look where I finished.
Karen Wilson 3.
Well, it's usually myself that puts a circle up on the table. Karen was drawing one with the tip of his cue there. Let's have a look. Watch this with the tip of the cue. Now, you see, that's where I want it to be. That's a big circle as well. Long way short of the ball cushion. Reds to either corner pocket. That's more like the Karen Wilson we've been watching throughout this year's championship.
Yeah, and the biggest problem Dave Gilbert's got here, sat in his chair, other than he's dealing with his own nerves and excitement about the position he's in today is that his opponent, whilst has been on the tour less time than Dave Gilbert, Dave's the more experienced in terms of years on the tour. Kyron's the more experienced in terms of the deep end of events. And Kyron knows exactly how Dave's feeling. He's been there before. He's been to this round and gone further. And he will know what Dave's going through with every one of these frames that passes.
Yeah, he was in the semi-final last year, wasn't he, where he lost to John Higgins 17-13.
16.
And he seems to be just quickening his pace around the table here. I think Kyron senses his opponent is maybe just getting a little anxious. And if he can go to that interval just 2 behind, it's game on again.
Just needs to be careful here if he plays the cannon to the red below and to the right of the pink, that it in turn doesn't nudge into those 2 reds that are set together. I'm not sure if they're pointing at this corner pocket. No, he's not played it hard enough, but that red was on its way. If he'd have hit that harder, that red would have been in the pocket. So well controlled, well spotted.
22. Sure. 23.
You can just see he controlled the pace here. He knew he was cannoning that red, and the red that went towards the corner pocket, if he'd have hit that harder like a normal split, would have been in the pocket. So that was well seen. Good awareness to know that was there.
$28. $29.
You can see the confidence returning to Kyron's game, shot by shot. He looked a bit despondent a couple of frames ago. You can tell by the body language.
$34.
Tell you what as well, Dennis, this interval might come at the right time for Dave Gilbert if Kyron goes on to win the frame here at this visit. 38 points ahead as we speak, the black to follow, so that'll be 45. He's maybe 3 reds, 3 colours away from winning this frame. And we shine a light now on the team of Dave Gilbert, who he's got in his corner, his coach, his friends and his family. What will they be saying to him at the interval? It's vitally important to have a good team around you who can help you reset, go again.
43.
Can you believe it?
Kyron Wilson, 43.
Was well on his way. And he misses a black off the spot. It's amazing what can be missed at the Crucible Theatre. It plays tricks with your mind, this place. I don't think a red will go in past the black. So Kyron has gotten away with that. No way you can squeeze a red in past that. So Karen was rather fortunate there.
Yeah, he definitely got away with one there, but as far as Dave's concerned, he'll just be happy to be back at the table. Looked for all the world like he was going to lose that frame there and then, but he hasn't. He's still in here fighting. Good weight on the cue ball, tight under that bolt rail.
And the normal shot he would play would be the red over the left side of the table, but if he doubles it across the table, he'll go close to the black. So if he plays up and down off this, well, the way he's lining it up, you'd think he's going to have a go at the pot. And he did have a go at the pot, but played it in such a way that he wasn't going to leave anything easy for his opponent. But there is a red will go in the middle pocket, but not guaranteed at any position, so good safety shot. Try and get in behind the brown. I'll tell you what, we could have a bit of fun in games with that black over the pocket. Anywhere the right side of the table, everything's safe.
That's a really effective safety shot. He's cut down access to these four reds in the middle of the table. Karen can't get to any of those. What does he do with the reds in the to the right half? What does he do with those?
Wow, he's made a complete mess of that escape route. He was trying to come off the top cushion and glance off a ball, and he's put Dave Gilbert right in amongst them. And he can get through to the black, but I'm sure there was another escape route for Kyron. He tried a high percentage risky shot previously there. You know, he was 46 in front. I'm sure he could have spotted a better one than this.
8.
To try and just glance off that. Didn't mean to hit the red he hit. Oh, this could be massive. What a turning point in the match this could be.
$14. $15.
You want to be making things as easy as possible for yourself, and he was slightly the wrong side of the blue there.
20. $21.
The red to the right of the green is, and you wouldn't say it was awkward. It's available there. And he's not queuing as smoothly as he was earlier. He hasn't quite got into that. He might have to play a little cannon on the red just to hold the white. Don't know whether he can hold it without that cannon. Just about. Very delicate, that one.
36.
He's going to come up a little short on this. Needed to be further up the table to make it straightforward to roll the blue in and leave this last red a little bit more accessible. Going to have to pot it with the rest, but he's been very effective with the rest. Just checking the scoreboard.
42.
Still 4 points behind. Needs the yellow, green, brown and blue. Doesn't need the slightly
46.
difficult pink.
$48.
He was well on his way to a little shake of the head there. He was leading 46-0 at one stage. That misjudgment when he hit the red full ball. Trying to skim off another
51.
one. Has cost him dearly here.
55.
Look where he's left the cue ball there. Just needs the blue. He certainly didn't play for it into the corner. So still suffering the crucible nerves at the moment. He'll feel much better now though. 60. He'll be mighty relieved. Get a smile from Kyron. He knows he had a great chance to close to just 2 frames behind.
Dave Gilbert, 60.
And barring a snooker, Gilbert will be a lot happier. When he tried the in or over, he certainly didn't get near the pocket with that. If he can avoid the double kiss, he could get up behind the black here. Oh, the pink's going over the corner. He'll be feeling much better now, Dave Gilbert.
6 on the frame.
He sprints out of the Crucible Arena and he's got a 4-frame advantage at 12-8. He needs just one more to get through to the semi-finals.
He does, and Kyron Wilson trying to summon some fighting spirit there, but you just feel that maybe the concentration's beginning to go now, John?
I think it's been pretty sporadic for most of the match. Probably why he hasn't scored so much. The tank's on the reserve, that's for sure. And the black he's missed off the spot. I think this is the last chance saloon really for him. He can't be missing this. Once this is at the jaws, it was a brilliant chance to come back. 11-9, he was still massively in this game. And Dave Gilbert was going to feel a bit of heat. But now he's got to 12 and he's going to that interval. I can't see a way back for Kyron.
And at times there, he did start to look a little demoralised and he was showing a lot of emotion in the chair, Alan. But by contrast, there's a huge amount of control in the way that Dave Gilbert is going about things out there.
Yeah, we've kind of spoke about his cue action. What it is it's a little more passive these days. It's a bit more solid. So what it allows him to do is when he's down on the shot, there's no panic, there's no wondering. You don't want to be wondering when you're playing these shots. Oh, am I going to hold up? Am I going to hold up? Is technique going to... He looks like he's well drilled, and when you're well drilled, you're able to handle pressure better, you're able to handle the situation better, and that's what he's shown. There's no stress on his face, on his body language. It's all method, and he's getting it done. He's looking good.
And the man who first tried to qualify for the Crucible 21 years ago, he'd won one match before turning up here, and he's one frame away from a place in the semi-finals. Parallels with Gary Wilson in the other half of the draw.
It would have taken Mystic Meg to pick the last four of this tournament this year, and she would have been struggling. It's been remarkable. You've got people who've not been here before, you've got people first time in the top 16. I mean, some brilliant performances. Dave Gilbert's played really well. I mean, the one that was impressive for me was beating Mark Williams 13-9. If you beat Mark Williams here, you know how to play snooker. That was
accelerating away, actually.
Absolutely, and you know how to play if you beat him, because Mark Williams is not only a brilliant player, he's very cute. So if you've managed to get him as a match player and beat him 13-9, you're doing something right.
OK, well, Kyron Wilson's got about 15 minutes to have a quick think and see whether there's anything left in that tank. But it looks as though Dave Gilbert might be on the verge of going through. We will be going back to that one shortly. But first of all, we're going to take a quick break because Stephen Hendry has taken an early lead in this week's series of House of Frames. Let's see how the quizzers are getting on today.
Hello everybody, welcome back to another day of Richard Osman's House of Frames. I'm joined by four snooker stars. They are battling it out over a series of quiz rounds, and at the end of it, one of them is going to walk away with the greatest trophy in snooker history, the House of Frames trophy. It is quite something. Should we take a look at the scoreboard at the end of yesterday's show? There we have it. Alan, yet to get off the mark. Today is another day, right?
Oh yes, yeah, I'm up for it. I'm up for it today.
You're going to be unstoppable. It's got the eye of the tiger, you can tell. JV and Kyron both with 2 points. Stephen, our early leader, with 3. Congratulations. Should we find out what our next round is? Okay, today we are playing Distinctly Average. Distinctly Average. Does that suit anybody? This is a team game. As always in team games, the player in last place gets to choose their partner. Alan, it won't surprise you to know that's you. Okay. Who would you like to play this round with? Usually you should choose like either the cleverest or the one you like the best, but I'll leave it up to you.
Well, I'll go for my... because I was in the com box with him earlier, I'll go for JV.
You're playing with JV?
Yeah.
You absolutely sure?
Oh, yes.
OK. Kyron and Alan, if you swap places, please.
Sorry, JV.
It's OK.
Kyron
I can't believe he's binned his fellow Scott. I mean, what's happening here?
I mean, that's
a right kick in the teeth, isn't it?
I thought that was peculiar.
Leading as well.
Yeah, you know.
I might even ditch him as my golf partner as well on Thursday.
Goodness me, can you imagine? Gentlemen, this is how we play this game. I'm going to show you a series of questions. You have to write down your guess at an answer, OK? I will then take the average of each pair as their answer, OK? So it'll be the kind of stuff that you won't know, but you can have a sort of guess at. I'll take the average of both pairs, so no comparing. At home, team up with someone or see if you can get an answer by yourself that beats both of the pairs here. Very best of luck, gents. Here is your first question. How many frames has Steve Davis lost at the Crucible in the World Championship? How many frames has Steve Davis lost at the Crucible in the World Championship in his entire Crucible career?
Whoa.
As I say, it's not the sort of thing you're going to get bang on, but...
Can I apologise to Steve before I give my answer?
Of course you can. Stephen just said late change. Late change from Henry. There we go. You in, JV?
I mean, I think it might be just a bit low, but I'll stick with it.
Gotcha. Kyron, we will start with you. How many frames do you think Steve Davis has lost?
I'm going with 250.
250. What's your thinking?
Before we were told we couldn't confer, Stephen did tell me that, was his debut 79?
79, yeah.
So I've based, I can't remember when he retired, but I'm going off about 25 years.
Yeah.
So that's based on 19 first-round exits times 10, 190. Okay. He won it 6 times.
5 matches to get to...
So I've gone, rounded up at 250.
OK, 250, says Kyron. Stephen, have you got that down?
It's okay.
Wow.
6,246.
6,000.
6,002. OK.
I don't know.
OK.
I've kind of gone. He's played for 40 years.
At the Crucible.
5 matches at the Crucible. There's like
40 years.
Yeah, but how many rounds has he got through to and lost? And I don't know.
I think he'll be all right.
I think.
All right, I'm a mile out.
I think you're roughly saying he's lost about 300 frames every time he's been at the Crucible. Which maybe he has.
5 rounds, long matches.
The good news is we take an average. We're not going to take either of your answers. So your average, gentleman, is 3,248. 3,248.
I think we're on solid ground.
I mean, JV, it sounds a lot to me.
It does sound a lot to me.
JV, what have you said?
I said 600.
600, and what's your thinking?
Well, the thinking behind that, I remember the year when he lost 10-1 to Tony Knowles.
Yes.
So
there's 10.
There's 10. And I was sort of thinking maybe if you worked out 15 and he's been here, coming here 25 years, I was going to go 750.
OK.
Thinking sort of 25 years, 30 frames every season. So I went a bit low and gone 600.
600, says JV. Alan, up or down from that?
I went for 1,643.
I mean, these are very different answers.
Yeah, we're all very close, aren't we?
250 all the way up to 680.
You could have used up more of your card, but you're right in the 6.
Well, I thought there was more question. I thought there was going to be more question.
But you can rub it out, JV. That's the beauty of this. So your average, gents, is 1,121. So we've got about 1,000 here, and we've got about 3,000 here. What do you think at home? Are you up near the 3,000s? You may be in trouble if you are. How many frames has he lost, and which team has got the point? 714.
Thank you very much.
Well done, JV. Well done, JV.
Alan, first point of the week.
Yay!
That's nice.
Just takes a bit of maths, really, to me.
600 was beautifully done. Yeah, 6,000. You just...
Don't show this when Steve's in the studio. Don't.
That'd be lovely to see. You were only 5,800 out.
That's all right.
That's not too bad.
It's like being back at school.
I apologise. I'm now his new best friend. 250.
Oh yeah, he's thinking. Yeah, you think you're the greatest player who ever lived.
Yeah.
Here is your next question. How much prize money has been awarded in total at the Crucible? That's up to 2018. So the very first tournament at the Crucible up to 2018. Cool. How much prize money in total?
What was it this year? About 8 million?
Has been awarded.
8 million this year.
Wow.
No, it's not that. 2 million. God, this is a tough one, this.
What's the most you ever won winning a world title, Stephen?
275, I think.
275.
No, I got 1 year I made a maximum as well, so I got over 400 1 year.
Wow.
That was nice. That was a nice day.
Yeah. Yeah, I should say so.
It's all gone.
Good. Absolutely gone. Next year, Stephen Hendry's making a comeback. That's weird, isn't it? Yeah. Alan, what have you said?
I've got
20. Oh, that's nice. 28,147,147 pound 47p. It's going to help our averages out.
Yeah, exactly.
28 odd million. You're saying, JV, where have you gone?
I've gone for 85 million.
85 million. Interesting.
42 years.
42, so you reckon 2 million every year?
Well, maybe not the first few years, but it's been going up that way the last few years.
Let's take a look at your average. It should be fun to work out. I'm just going to say 56 million odd. Okay, 56 million and change is what I'm going to say there. So 56 million, say the gents here. What do you think at home? Kyron, what are you thinking?
I've gone with 35 million.
35 million, you're saying. So 42 years, so just under $1 million a year. I think I might have gone somewhere nearer one of you gents there. Stephen, where have you gone?
27 million.
27 million.
Oh, flew it.
Very close to Alan. So your average there is 31 million. So we've got 56 million, plays 31 million. Either three of you are close, or JV, you're a genius.
Thank you.
One of those things has happened. I said
I'll take that on the chin.
Yeah, that's all we've got time for this week. JV is our winner. Let's find out how much prize money has been awarded.
Oh, hello.
35,124,000
Good work.
points for Kyron and Stephen. And Kyron,
We get a
35
bonus
million.
point, surely.
I'm going to give Kyron a bonus point there as well because it's so hard to get that close to it as well. JV, just 50 million out. That's a shame.
Well, it
Where did it all go? Where did it all go?
Where did it all go? Yeah.
Well done at home if you did as well as Kyron there. Very nicely played. Final question in this round. In total, again, this is one you feel in your head you should be able to work out, but I bet we can't. In total, how many points were scored at the Crucible at last year's World Championship? How many points were scored in total? I mean,
ridiculous question.
That is a ridiculous question. You're quite right. Luckily, you're partnered up with.
I'm just going to like start writing things.
Yeah. This round is awful because it's.
Can you give us a clue how many frames were played?
I could do. If I knew.
Okay.
But I don't. I never know the answers to any of these things.
So 35 backwards, 2 33s, 66. Angles is on this. He's all over it. He's all over it.
Look at this. This is like, have you seen Rain Man?
Yeah.
Yeah. He's doing his A Beautiful Mind routine.
Well, I've done mine. I'm.
Everybody got an answer?
Well, it's an answer.
Listen, I wish everybody here and at home the very best of luck with this one because this is a shot in the dark. Stephen, we'll start with you, I think.
Okay.
743,000, says Stephen. 743,000.
Alan's laughing, so it's obviously a mile out again.
Well, I don't know if it is.
I don't even have a clue.
I mean, that's 750,000.
Yeah.
Seems like a lot. Kyron, are you up or down from 750,000?
I've gone with 140,000.
140,000. And Kyron's been pretty good at this so far. So your average, gents, 441,992. 441,992 is your average, about 500,000. Alan, do you think that's too high?
I think it's a bit high. I've gone for
61,147. I like the 147 at the end. Again,
bit predictable.
I've gone for 100,000.
100,000.
Just wanted to round it up.
Thank you. Again, it would have helped our averages if Alan hadn't written 61,147.
Yeah, 147.
Should we find out what it is? I don't think it's going to be 743,000, but I could be wrong.
Oh, wow.
Oh. It is 61,947.
Well,
Alan?
There was logic. It's just logic, isn't it?
That's unbelievable.
It's 31 times 20 frames times 90 points.
I mean, it's just logic.
That's all it was.
But that's based on them going the decider right through the first
round.
round.
The average, I was thinking that the old bookmaker spread used to be, what, about 90 points a frame or something?
OK, well, listen, I've got to say, we've done this show a long time. That
Hashtag knowledge.
Just about the best answer we've ever had on the show. So congratulations. I'm also going to give an extra point to Alan there. But JV and Alan get a point and an extra point to Alan. That's super,
well done, Al.
close.
Well done.
Choice.
That is
Sorry, Kyron.
Thank you with an absolute. Didn't pick Stephen.
I know. Let's take a little look at the score, shall we, at the end of day 2 of House of Frames.
Yeah.
Here's how we stand. Now, Alan, you had 0 before the start of today. You are now on 3 points.
Good session.
But we have 3 joint leaders, 4 points each for Kyron, Stephen and JV. Congratulations, gents. It's going to be very, very close this week. 1 point between all 4 of you. We have 3 more days to go. I will see you all, same time, same place tomorrow. I'll see you as well, same time, same place on the House of Frames.
I'll tell you what, that's praise indeed. Just about the best answer he's heard, Alan. Well played.
Yeah, it was a good guess, that one. A pity I was rubbish in the other 2.
You're still in it to win it, of course. Kyron Wilson also doing well, but it could be that the title he wants here, the world title, might just be slipping away here, John.
I think the black off the spot for me just sealed the deal. I think he had a chance at 11-9. Highly unlikely from 12-8. You're going to need to play no miss snooker and have a lot of help from your opponents, and I don't think that's the combination that's going to happen.
We shall see, but just in case you're just coming in, you want to know what's happened so far today. The first of our semi-finalists was revealed earlier this afternoon, and it is a qualifier. It's Gary Wilson, 33-year-old Tyneside Cuman, and there's Ali Carter just conceding because Wilson had won the last 3 in a row to beat the 2-time finalist 13 frames to 9. And he's the first qualifier into the semi-finals since a certain Alan McManus and Ding Junhui 3 years ago. Well played.
To get down to the semis and play in the one table in the arena all to ourselves, it's absolutely amazing. Confidence was coming in sort of patches. When I'd play a couple of good frames with a couple of good breaks, I'd think, right, McEwen's there a little bit more, great, and then I'd miss a couple another frame and I'd be like, I'm hitting that badly again. And It's just swings and roundabouts, especially in such a long game as well. So just over the moon to get through it. Yeah, I'm not striking the ball as nicely as I would like to, and I know deep down if that comes at some point, I can be a handful. You know, if I've got the confidence and that's there as well. But I'm relying a little bit on my opponent, and I'm relying a little bit on a couple of little good bits of fortune, I think. But I know my scoring's there. You know, if I get chances, I generally feel confident. Even half chances, if I can just play in and around the black and little cannons and things, I feel confident. So yeah, just going with the flow and see what happens.
Brilliant performance from Gary Wilson. He's beaten Luca Brissell and, of course, the world number 2, Mark Selby, and now Ali Carter, some really illustrious names. And he's in the semi-final, and he'll be facing either Judd Trump or Stephen Maguire, and we'll be catching up with their match shortly. It's live on the red button right now, but now it's the concluding moments of this very interesting game between Karen Wilson and Dave Gilbert. Gilbert on the verge. Sean and Dennis, back to you.
Thank you, Hazel. And Dave Gilbert got this frame underway, and he's hoping that it's the last break-off he's going to make in this match. He only needs the one. Not quite, but at least the red. It's gone towards the middle pocket, but it's not an easy pot, because these middles are so tight. May look easy on your screen, but they're far from easy. In fact, funny enough, up in the Champions Lounge this morning, I was chatting to Dave about the middle pockets, and he said they're very, very tight.
Flick on the green just helped Karen there get cover on the loose red, and Dave's obviously hoping this is the last frame of this match, but that man in your picture, Karen Wilson, he'll have spent the interval reminiscing about all his good times, good matches he's played, trying to create some positivity around himself. Be thinking one ball at a time. If I can get to 9 and 10 and 11. And that safety shot from Dave has pushed a red on.
I'll tell you what, it was a very easy pot, but to hold for the black at that pace, 10 out of 10 for that. It had to be dead weight to hold for the black.
8.
As John Parrott said in the studio, he's got to play no miss snooker. And that certainly opened things up. And this black, he missed one like this, the other side of the table. I don't think he'd be missing this one. That's pretty good. Good chance now.
16.
Well, you need to be flexible. Reach over there, one knee on the table, queuing over. Nicely done.
17.
He needs to win all remaining 5 frames. He's won 5 frames on the spin before. Done it plenty of times. And matches have been won here from further behind. Wouldn't be a surprise. But he will need to up his game significantly from what we've seen so far in this match.
25. 32. $33.
What sort of angle has he got on this red?
40.
Because that's 5 reds and 5 blacks there, and that's not a good angle to get to the black. He's looking at one to the right middle. He's put it a bit high. Well, his intentions there were to stay on the black. Terrific chance now for Dave Gilbert here.
And that unfortunately has been the tail of the tape for this match for Karen Wilson. Just hasn't scored like he did in his previous matches, down at 86% pot success for this match. And Dave Gilbert, this is the chance you've been waiting for. This is it now, to get through to the semi-finals and the one-table setup at Crucible Theatre.
I'll tell you what, he's still edgy, but safely in. He said that, watch this, he would have thought he'd missed that.
3.
Yeah, you said there, Sean, a chance he's been waiting for.
4.
He's been waiting 18 years for this chance.
All this is about is composure.
12.
Concentration, nerve. He can play all of these shots. He's got every single shot in the book, Dave Gilbert. He's got a good technique, good straight action.
$90.
Just had a brief
20.
chat with his wife Abby, who was up in the Champions Lounge just getting a cup of coffee, and it was a strong cup of coffee she needed. Sometimes it's worse for your family watching than it is for you out there playing.
Points behind then.
25.
And the frame he needs to get through to the semi-finals. Doesn't need to make any cannons here.
26.
Those 2 reds below the pink are a plant to this bottom right-hand corner pocket. He's just had a look at that now. So he doesn't need to cannon into those reds if he doesn't want to. And he's played for it now, perfectly on it. This is going to bring everything into play.
33.
I don't like the word unmissable, but that's unmissable.
One more good positional shot. and the reds are ideally placed. If he plays the blue, he's got a long way to travel. It's the easier pot, and that's his choice. If he gets this right, and here it comes. If it pulls up, it's pretty good. You can get onto the black from this red.
39. $40.
It's gone very, very quiet this side of the crucible.
47.
It's not quiet on the other side, in between
48.
frames, so a little bit of noise to cope with. And the technique is holding up here under extreme pressure.
55. $56.
Just about okay. He's got an angle on the black to force over to the last red. We need the black and that red and blue or pink, and he'd be home, you would say. He's going to have to take it up into the corner now, I would think,
63.
because he's not in behind it for the middle. This probably the biggest pot of his career. And that's what happens. And look where the red's going. Because he didn't get on the red for the middle
63.
pocket. That was just pure crucible nerves there. And now Kyron, Dave's right behind the line of shot here. This is dead straight, so he's going to have to get some action on this. Did he change his mind? He was going to screw right back. Is he just going to leave it there for the green into the middle pocket? That's what he decided to do, but it's not perfect. The angle he's left on the green, if that yellow doesn't pass the brown into the middle or up into the corner, he's got a bit of a problem here. Tried to leave the green straight to the middle pocket to roll it in and be on the yellow. I don't think he can do it now.
Karen Wilson 1.
.22 the difference. Dave Gilbert needs the yellow and green, but more importantly, he needs to hit the yellow here and get it safe. And he's eyeing up a shot here. If he pulls this off, pots the yellow and gets round onto the green, it'll be some shot. Needs a bit of pace with it. Oh, he's overcut it. Where are they going to finish? It's awkward. looking to see where he can hide the cue ball here. Don't put everything in to getting a snooker. Make sure you keep the yellow safe. Just over a minute's thinking time on what looks like a fairly straight shot. He's got the yellow safe. The snooker will be a bonus. Might be easy to escape from this, Sean, but you never know where they're going, do you?
Absolutely. This has become a yellow ball fight. Easy to hit this, but where's the yellow going to finish?
He played it well. He controlled it nicely. He had enough room to hit the cushion first.
Just coming around to look at where he wants to play the yellow. I think he wants to try and cut the yellow into the black. Use the black as a holding ball for the yellow, but the risk with that is that you hit it too thick and pop it over the pocket, or you miss it altogether. Of course, once you miss it altogether, you might clip the brown, clip the green, going off, free ball, anything could happen. So, needs to mind his work here.
Well, he played the shot you suggested, Sean, and he's played it very well. That had to be so thin there. So similar escape the other side of the table. Can he knock it safe again? Oh, we didn't want the kiss on the brown. Now there's a slight angle. If it's straight, he can't get to the green. If it's straight, he's got to leave the white where the yellow is. This is far from easy. Cut on the green to get him into the semi-final. Couldn't do anything with the cue ball there. Just needs to watch the white. Doesn't go near a pocket. Overcut it. He's overcut it.
Dave Gilbert 2.
Well, Kieran can cut the green in, but how's he going to hold for the brown? Can win this frame by 1 point if he clears up. Oh, we tried a really ambitious shot there, and we can just cue past the pink. This is a bit easier than the previous one. Is that Kieran's last shot in this year's Betfred World Championship? We've known a few seconds. Nothing is easy at this stage. He has waited 18 years, and the relief on Dave Gilbert's face there, you could see. He's played unbelievably well. Kyron Wilson will be back. A lot of people think this young player can win the World Championship, but it won't be this year. But every credit to Dave Gilbert. It's hard to describe how he's feeling inside. And there it is. He's got through to the semi-final for the first time in his 18 years as a professional. And he did it quite comfortably in the end. He defeats Kyron Wilson by 13 frames to 8. Well played, boys.
Wow, that is quite a win for Dave Gilbert. The 16th seed coming here. It's the first time that he's ever managed to qualify as one of the top 16, and he has more than fulfilled that billing. What a victory for this man, because he's been on and off the tour, and suddenly at the age of 37, a breakthrough.
Fantastic. Absolutely brilliant for him. I know his wife's been there. She's probably bitten all her fingernails off, been watching, and so it's a brilliant result for him. He played like the best player in that match, in fairness. Kyron certainly wasn't at his best, but you can't do anything about that. You just mind your own business and get job done, and that's what he's done.
I know he may be a relatively new name in terms of his profile and these bigger events for some people watching here, Alan, but to those in the game, he's been one of the coming men for a long time.
He's been a class player for a long, long time, and I'm just glad that he nearly put his cue away for good not that many years ago, and I'm glad he didn't. And it's a landmark in his life, never mind his snooker, you know, to get to the semis. It's one of those targets that you don't really think about it, you know, week in, week out, but he will have thought, I wonder if I'll ever get there, you know, and he's there now.
Yes, and we know that Kyron Wilson has been there before. He got there last year, but it's not to be this time, and let's hear from our runner-up. He is with Rob Walker.
Kyron, you've had some big runs here at the Crucible, but you came up against an inspired Dave Gilbert there.
Yeah, just the first session was very poor from me. You know, I had the opportunity to, you know, maybe put the session to bed quite early. Dave really struggled, and if I'd have carried on with the form that I shown against Hawkins, you know, maybe I could have put myself in obviously a better position throughout the match. But the second session, he really kicked on and played well.
Was there any fatigue mentally for you, having come back from 6-1 down and needing 5 centuries to help you do it against Barry Hawkins? Did it take you a little while to find your energy back for this quarter-final?
Yeah, I didn't have any throughout the whole match then. You know, it's not good enough. You know, I'm 27 years old. I should have a bit more about me. But yeah, looking ahead to next year's World Championships, it's just showing me I need to maybe work hard on the fitness side of things.
And how big were those 3 frames from him towards the end of the second session? Suddenly 7-6 became 10-6, and that was a really difficult position for you to be in this afternoon.
Yeah, but I still believed I could do it. But, you know, when you can't punish your opponent, they're going to grow in confidence. So, you know, Dave started striking it as well as we all know he can do. And, yeah, obviously good luck to him in the semi-finals now.
Overall, it's been a good season. You've won a number of big titles, so you'll take some positives from the campaign, albeit disappointment from your fortnight here in Sheffield.
Yeah, it's been okay. I've won obviously one big one in Germany and a couple of little ones, but yeah, obviously nice to start sort of stacking up the CV with a few trophies, but yeah, I've got a lot of work to do.
Well, have a good rest, Kyron, and we'll look forward to seeing you next season. Thanks for being so honest.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone.
Cheers, mate.
He's always honest, Kyron Wilson, you've got to say, and hats off to him for that. He's only 27 years of age. He's got plenty of time, and I think we'll see an awful lot more of this guy. Alan?
Yeah, absolutely. He'll be disappointed. You know, he had to go to the well again after the Hawkins match, and it just about ran dry. He was out of steam, John, wasn't he?
Yeah. It just shows you. This is what this place does to you. People think, oh, it's, you know, you're walking around with a piece of wood in your hand and you're not running around a pitch or hitting a tennis ball or playing football or physical, but it can just take it out you mentally. And there's Kyron, there's not a pick of fat on him. He's 27 years of age and he struggled out there.
And here is our semi-finalist.
Congratulations.
Hey, Gilbert, well done. Well done, sir. Absolutely fantastic. Of course. I'll be delighted. I'll tell you what, we've been waiting a long time to see you at this stage. Dennis Taylor in the commentary said you've been waiting 18 years to get to this point. I wonder how often you've thought about coming down those stairs to one table at the Crucible, Dave.
Never crossed my mind. Obviously, I've only ever thought I could just qualify for the Crucible. To be in the one table setup, I mean, wow. What, I can't believe it, yeah.
What's been the formula for you that's worked so well? How have you kept it together, and what have you been most pleased about in your progress to this point, Dave? Here.
This week I've had a really good head on my shoulders. You know, I was really ill in my first match and didn't worry about how I played or anything. I just wanted trying to win. I really enjoyed the game with Mark, and I enjoyed the game with Kyron up until like the last session. I felt really good going out there, and you know, it's like the crucible, whatever it is. I started missing a few, and I don't know what I've done. I wouldn't say I was nervous. I weren't. I felt really good. You know, you can start adding up, and then, yeah, I probably got a bit stressed today. I'd love to have potted a red-black in the end and finished it. You know, when you miss it and it goes over the hole, you get all kinds of things going through your head, but just over the moon.
I bet you are. You've had a fantastic season. We've been talking about this the whole time. You've been in 2 big finals. You've had 3 big quarterfinals as well, and you were up to what, 9 in the one-year rankings before you came here, and that really seemed to be a bit of a step forward for you. So, did you have in your mind that you were capable of putting a good run together like this, Dave?
No, I come into this tournament with no form really. You know, I think up until like we played the German Masters final the week after at Cheltenham, and Cheltenham was probably the best I've ever felt in myself at all. You know, I really thought I could win that tournament, and Ali played well. But after that, whether I was thinking about the getting into the Tour Championship, because I knew I was 8, 7, 8, 9 all year long, it really, and I knew that affected being in the top 16 a lot. You know what I mean? So whether that spun me out a bit, and so coming here, I had no real form really. It was just a bit of lucky dip and have a go.
Well, lucky dip. Well, you're there, and you're now waiting to see whether it's going to be Higgins or Neil Robertson that you're going to face in that semi-final. We've talked about your career and some of the trials and tribulations that you've gone through, and you've been very open about it over the years. What, 2010, dropping off the tour, and you were a potato farmer for a while. You weren't sure what you were going to do in terms of your career. What was the catalyst for you to say, actually, I know I'm good enough to get back in there and actually get the head down and make something of this snooker career?
I don't know, I guess I kept trying because I always thought I could do better, but, you know, everyone knows I've got a bit of a suspect temperament, and that's the hardest thing to sort out, you know. I've always really practiced hard the last few years, but the end of last season, I was just really, really struggling. I was fed up with it, to be honest with you, after the World Championships last year. And obviously everyone knows I work with the Feenster now, and
it's just in sight, right?
Just working on a few basic things. He helped me enjoy the game again, which is a massive thing. I don't all the time. Sometimes I want to snap my cue again and all that, but you know, everyone knows. Yeah. But I think if you can just try and enjoy it most of the time, that's half the battle.
And your wife Abby, I know she's been absolutely a rock for you in terms of the last couple of seasons. What do you owe to Abby, would you say? Because you're the family man now, you got the wee girl.
Pair of shoes, isn't it? No doubt about that. No, she'll. Yeah, Abby's great. She's one of the only people that can tell me to calm down and, you know, say the right things when they need to be said. Yeah, I guess I'd be lost without it.
Well, I can tell you what, there's no sign of your suspect temperament you've been talking about through this tournament. You've been absolutely on an even keel, both in the way you've played and the way you've looked. So we sit here and watch a lot of it. You're doing a good job there.
Yes.
You are. So when you look back and the signs of the suspect temperament, I can't remember any key moments, but was there a point where you thought, I can't make it here because of this temperament?
Just today, whether it was just the whole pressure, I think getting to the semi-finals, it was a huge thing for me. Like you say, the one table setup, 100 grand's amazing,
yeah.
Isn't it? I mean, I know, that's the biggest ever chat. That'll keep Abby happy off my back for a while anyway. So, I mean, I've said all along I'm kind of free-rolling, but I'm not, you know. If I go and lose, I'm going to be as gutted as ever anyway. But now I've made it this far, banked a few quid. Hopefully I can, I mean, I don't know what's going to happen when I walk. I might fall down the stairs coming out.
Will you go and have a sneaky peek through the curtain before you get...
Yeah,
you should go and do
1,000,000%.
You should go and do it.
Yeah, I'll come over in the morning. I think we're in on the afternoon, yeah, definitely.
You won't believe how far the walk is, by the way. That's the first thing that will get you. You think there's a bus coming to help you out.
Is it going to make a huge difference, do you reckon, this difference between the 2 and the 1 table tomorrow for
It'll take you 1 frame. It won't even take you that. You'll be in it. It is different, and it's lovely to go there, and I've been blessed to go and do it. You'll get it within no time.
One thing I like about the one table thing is it's really quiet. There's no murmur from the other side that you associate with it. It's nice and quiet. So as John says, after a frame you think, oh, I like this.
And you haven't got anyone next to you, so you can have a chunner to yourself as well. That's all right.
That's all right. I'll be all right tomorrow.
The other thing that Rob Walker always talks about is the Tamworth Massive.
Yeah.
How massive is this fan club for you?
No, I don't know. I can't remember how it come about. It was years ago.
Is the song your choice? Was it?
The song was my choice. Yeah.
Don't ever change that. By the way. We're boogieing.
Well, we had it in Germany with there's a mega venue there, and they loved it there, and you come out, everyone's clapping. Someone had to have a good song eventually.
And you know, the one thing we did notice, it's the same socks. It's these rather dazzling. Can we show everybody your socks here, Dave? There you are. There they are. Are these the lucky socks?
No, what happened was I forgot to bring. I usually wear black, obviously. I forgot, but when I got my jeans on and that, I wear the Daft Happy socks.
Let me have a look. Jim, can you lift them up? There you go. Look at that. They're pretty natty, I have to say. Yeah.
I forgot to pack my black socks for yesterday, and obviously I played really well last night. Well, and I thought,
are they the same socks you played in last night?
They're the same smelly pair from last night.
Thanks, Dave.
I'll try and
get them washed and get them on again tomorrow because they're doing the job anyway. Dave, it's an absolute delight to see you in the semi-final. Very, very well played.
He's there, by the way. Your wife's there.
Abby's there. All right, you better go and say hi.
Thanks a lot.
Dave. Well done. All right. OK, we're going to move on to the third of our quarter-finals, and it's due to finish this evening. But as you know, Judd Trump held a very big advantage over Stephen Maguire in this second session. 8-1 he led, and that became 9-1 as we head into frame 11. And Stephen Maguire, the Scot, former world number 2, of course, in big trouble here. Let's get back to Stephen Hendry and Steve Davis.
Well, it's definitely not his day. It's not how Judd Trump played that. Pink just held its line, started off on the near jaw. Any deviation, it may have stayed out. Not perfectly placed on this red, but he should be able to maintain position on the black. Digging deep into the cue ball. He made that look very easy.
Yeah, landed absolutely perfectly on the black. The angle just to play that little cannon.
15. 16.
The red directly above the black, underneath the pack. He's going to use that to open the reds.
$23.
Can, if he's too straight on it, play into
24.
the pack of reds. He's got the loose one as an insurance policy, so expect a little bit of pace in this to open up that main triangle of reds. He would have liked to have caught 2 of those reds at the same time rather than just one.
31.
So it's stuck a bit.
Judd Trump, 31. One.
Good shot from Steve Maguire. Lots of top spin in the cue ball. Just found that little gap in the bunch. Always a little bit awkward using the spider. You never want to be doing too much with the cue ball. Just got to stun past the black for it to the same pocket.
Nine. $16. $17.
Steve Maguire can relax a little bit. He's got nothing to lose from this position, but he's still got to be
24.
focused and also keep the desire up. It's very easy to throw in the towel. Doesn't seem to have come properly on this red. Bit of a shake of the head. Talking to himself. Screwing back for the blue. Well struck.
25. Steve Maguire, 25.
I think the red next to the blue cuts to the middle pocket. It's a thin one. Won't have much control over the cue ball. Maybe play with some right hand side, check side to kill the pace. Well, in fact, it didn't go. If it wasn't an attempt at the pot, it was a poor attempt at the safety. Well, both players not really concentrating, as if it was the first session of a match.
One. Six. Seven. 14.
Not got a great angle on this red to the left corner. Can't play for black, so gotta be aware of that right middle pocket when screwing back. Yeah, managed
15.
to avoid it.
$20.
He doesn't really want to leave the red along the black cushion till last.
21.
Especially where the pink is, funnily enough. Makes getting on the yellow quite difficult. It's easier to say from your commentary box than when you're 9-1 behind, trying to get a frame on the board.
26. 27.
Gonna be over the line. Regardless, it'd be nice to clear the table.
$34. 35. 42. 43. 50.
Would have been nice to have won the frame with some style. Slightly unusual clearance of the colours.
50
Going for
Steve
the green
Maguire,
first,
for
but
Judd Trump.
it's frame over.
Frame conceded. Frame Steve Maguire.
Steve Maguire, in quite unusual circumstances, gets a frame on the board. Judd Trump 9-2.
And indeed, they share the next two frames as well. So it's now 10-3 as we fast forward into frame 14. And it's Trump 17 points in arrears in this one.
That's one of the best safety shots I've ever seen in my life. Unless Steve Maguire can cut that red in. Don't think he can. Even safety plays become more aggressive. He can get past this brown to pot the red, I think. He may need a bit of side spin. He hasn't got to do anything with the cue ball with the black over the green pocket.
One.
Good, solid pot. Great chance.
8. 9. $15. 16. 23. 24. 31. 32. 37. 38.
So red and
45.
black. For Steve Maguire to get another frame on the board. He'd love to put another red after the black just to stop his
46.
opponent coming back to the table. Extending the length of the frame by another 10-15 minutes. So have to make sure of this red. 70 ahead, 67 on. He misses this, Judd will definitely come back to the table. So we're having a third session of the match. Red wins the remaining 2 frames. You can only get to 12, so there's definitely coming back tonight.
$62. 67. 68. 74. 75.
70
82. 83.
'em. You never know. 10-6. You've got a sniff.
92.
And if Judd Trump keeps on making it a little easier for his opponent than he should be doing.
95.
Perhaps a little bit more hope for Steve Maguire. Nothing to get too excited about yet,
99.
but just one frame at a time from his perspective.
104. 110.
So an exhibition shot to finish off.
Stephen Maguire,
Very
110 and the frame.
Marvellous 110 break from Steve Maguire. 10-4 behind, still in possibly with a hope.
Yeah, and that's the 6th century of Maguire's campaign this year and the 78th ton of the championship so far. So signs of resistance, perhaps, from the Scot. And in fact, in the next frame, Trump is 35 points down as well.
1.
I suppose you could call this the first sort of bit of pressure moment in this afternoon session. So Trump really has to knuckle down here and win this frame at this visit. He's put himself, okay, not under massive pressure, but a little bit.
Could have covered up there.
14.
Maybe needs a bit of pressure to respond. Most of the top players are good front runners, but you can lose your concentration.
Yeah, you would have to think though, like a Ronnie O'Sullivan or a John Higgins would have probably had this match wrapped up by now.
20.
Judd's definitely allowed Steve Maguire back into it.
$21.
That wasn't a great shot. Let's put a red safe.
$26.
No, that's not nice where he's left the cue ball. This red has become missable now.
$27.
Could play the cannon on the red, nearest to the cushion here. A nice angle in the blue. Yeah, obviously, if he gets a full ball contact, he'll leave the other one to the middle pocket. Didn't get the full ball contact. And now he's left with a, well, not a nice pot at all.
32.
Kind of a wry smile to himself. He's thinking, why am I still in this arena?
Judd Trump, 32.
Sort of caused problems for himself by playing one red onto the red over the pocket and hitting it too hard and that red going safe. There were other ways to go about that. Didn't have to play one onto the other.
Judd Trump full. Thank you.
It was thin enough he couldn't control the cue ball. A bit unlucky, he had to trust to luck that it wasn't going to go in off, and he didn't get any. So, big shot for Judd Trump here. He's completely off the boil now.
Yeah, concentration. When you lose it, you can't just switch it back on, can you? It's sometimes very difficult to get your match mode back. Yeah, long pot success, 56%. In fact, it's just gone down after that last miss, so big moments now in this match. Seems strange to say it, 10-4. Yeah, another miss. The far jaw, has he got away with it? Neither player seems to want to pot this last red.
Well, he was very close to that. He probably thought it was going to go in.
One.
On another day, that might have gone in. Not perfect on the yellow, but he should be able to get on the green.
4. Six. Nine. 13.
Blue required. Stephen Maguire takes another frame.
Stephen Maguire.
Misses the pink in the middle, which
18.
means Judd Trump will come back to the table. But Barron Snookers, Steve Maguire's taken another frame.
And he had, yes, 10-5 now. So another one notched up for the Maverick, and he has won 4 of the last 5 to haul himself within sight, if not reach, just yet, of the reigning Masters champion. So here now is their last frame of the afternoon.
The final frame of the session, Stephen Maguire to break.
So Steve Maguire breaks off in the last frame of the session, maybe with a bit more inspiration than he started the session off.
Is Judd tempted? It looks like it. He's going to spot the brown into the middle pocket, screw in and out of bulk. Lots of screw left-hand side. Does that look easy?
5.
Need to cue this one well. Top spin. Back up for the blue. Looking for an angle in the blue.
Six.
No good. Looks like it's going to have to be brown, possibly around the angles. 3 cushions. If he's playing for a red to the right corner. 2 cushions if he's playing for the red to left corner. Played this well. Seems to have got a little bit of his mojo back after going out, leaving the arena after the previous frame.
10.
He knows this is not a frame he wants to lose.
$11.
Yeah, it's something that he seems to be able to do, play sort of a few frames of average stuff, then come out with moments of brilliance when you think he's gone a bit. He did that against Ding Junhui in the last round. Struggled a lot, then just seemed to break free a bit. Let his cue arm
18.
go.
$19.
Just. Although it's not easy to get on a red. Probably have to play for one in the middle pocket. Checked to see if he can just leave the cue ball roughly where it is now. Screwing back is also an option into the middle.
$24. $25. $30.
Nice angle in the black required. No more loose reds.
31.
That's pretty good. He would prefer to go into the bunch from potting the black to the other corner pocket because that little loose red that's just at the bottom of the pack. And that's why he hasn't played to open the main bunch, but he's played that really well, that little cannon choice of 2 reds.
The red into the right corner.
38.
Will open the reds up. He doesn't know exactly where the cue ball's going to go, but it's tempting. Could be a frame winner.
$39.
You're always taking a risk when you play the top spin shot. You never really 100%, you never really know where the cue ball's going to end up. The screw shot, you're more guaranteed. Well, one good pot in the blue
ball.
you think would be the frame winner, the way the reds are situated. It's there. So
44.
He's found a bit of focus just in time.
45.
Judd Trump. This frame to level the session 4 each. Not any signs of encouragement that was possibly going to his opponent. By winning this frame, he will have dealt
50.
with. You could see Steve Maguire possibly winning from 10-6, 11-5, tall
51.
order. He showed good character, Steve Maguire. He's kept this match going to a third session.
$58.
Well, regardless
59.
of how he's done it, I suppose you can't argue with sharing the frames. Just feels like he could have done better, Judd Trump, here today.
$67. $74. $82.
Looks like the plant to keep the possibilities of a century break going. It's not there. Steve Maguire will shake hands. And Judd Trump wins a very important last frame of the session to go 11-5 in front. He needs 2 more to get through to the semi-finals.
Well, Stephen Maguire with the rearguard action there, but you have to say, Alan, that we're talking about the number of chances Judd Trump handed him in that session.
He'll look back on it as a missed opportunity if he goes on to lose this match, yeah. I mean, at one stage you're thinking, win the last of the session, you know, 10-6. He's right in there, he's right there. There's a long, long way to go for Judd, but he's missed a trick, Stephen.
Yes, do you agree with that, John?
Well, he should have won the last frame of the first session when it was 6-1. He missed the brown off the spot, so that would have been 4 behind there. And he gave himself basically too much to do. But then he didn't really start playing today till he was 9-1 behind. I mean, he's had lots of chances. The real Steve Maguire that they played in this match has been a lot closer than 11-5.
OK, well, they've got a quick break, as indeed so have we, because we're back at 7 o'clock with an evening session that is going to reveal the last 2 men through to our semi-final lineup this year. We've got John Higgins, who's turned things around beautifully against Neil Roberts, and he leads 9-7. And Judd Trump, as we know, requiring 2 more frames against Maguire. Now, the Higgins-Robertson match is absolutely titanic, lads, isn't it?
Oh, yeah, I mean, that's going to be a corker tonight. John's in the box seat. He's got himself in the position to win now. Can he do it against the player of the season?
What's your feeling?
I think if the session keeps going the way it is, John's going to win. I mean, I know Neil's hitting the ball brilliantly, but he's just got to try and change the dynamic a little bit because John's on top.
I think one thing we can say, if Neil doesn't play his A game tonight, he's not going to win.
Well, it's been a fascinating match. It really has. He's won 4 in a row to lead 9-7, and we'll be back at 7 o'clock in time for that. But we have to say, John and Alan, thank you for your company, and indeed thanks to the company of everybody here in the Winter Gardens, because this is our last broadcast for this year in the Winter Gardens, because tomorrow we are heading into the Crucible and we'll be tableside. So thanks to all of the friendship, to everybody who's come here for the last 12 days or so. We'll catch you again at 7. Bye-bye.
Wide, and got big handles, and there's a lady on top. Trophies were like, it was just part of winning. I didn't really, I never kept a trophy. I never had a trophy at home. The trophy is something to lift and get your picture taken with, but the trophy actually didn't really matter that much. Was this the thing building up the trophy, and I've just mugged it off.
Saliva, blood, fibres, hairs. Every contact leaves a trace.
All he needs to say is, it's not me.
Your best evidence is his DNA on swabs. Yes.
Searching for proof. Forensics, the real CSI. Starts tonight at 9 on BBC 2.